покажу. Смотри, главный бой. Сейчас. Ну ладно, все, уже все расписано. Вот, супервайзеры. За кого у меня принимают? Которых бегают, каждый раз, не работает интернет, как это? Ничего не пришло. Оба! Все, подключил тебе. Давай, слай мне сюда.
Два варианта текста.
Внимание, наш житель давно команды Нурtas, как мелко. Сразу начиная с первого, да?
Да, когда пойдут ролики, тебе будут говорить китайскому. Инлайн будет на экране, каждый нечетный раунд будет.
Окей. Видимо, я воду оставил. Такая суета. Да, вот тут с лестницы. Без движения. Работаем на все массы. Я вчера мальчикам повторял, объяснял, как операционные технологии УСС не ведут.
Для начала турнира остается 5 минут.
Ты граунддеком ставишь ногами вниз, значит он так и работает. А вот если ты подождешь, то значит ногами вверх, значит так и работает. Нет, короче, проблема в размерах. Если у него собрать дайнер, как и сейчас, то если тебе, как говорят,
Well, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to the KSK Arena, the Zebra Arena in St. Petersburg in Russia, as we prepare for IBA.PRO 15.
На КСК Арену, где IBA.PRO при поддержке Федерации бокса Санкт-Петербурга представляют 15-й международный турнир по боксу Финлайн IBA.PRO Санкт-Петербург с главным событием вечера Сазулин против Нагбе. И прежде, чем первая пара предварительного карда поднимется в ринг, позвольте представить вам официальных лиц. Генеральный директор IBA.PRO Алсиеса, супервайзер турнира и супервайзер WBA Сергей Хурсанов, супервайзер IBA.PRO Максим Чертыковцев, судьи и рефери Сергей Летунов, Дмитрий Болдырев, Ираклий Малазония, Илья Килунин, Сергей Журкин, Геннадий Мартиросян и Елизавета Задорова. Ваш судья-хронометрист Татьяна Хурсанова, врач турнира Виктория Ганеева. Итак, официальные лица готовы, боксеры готовы. А готов ли Питер? Фанаты Его Величества бокса, вы готовы? В прямом эфире с КСК Арены Финлайн IBA.PRO Санкт-Петербург. И вашему вниманию предварительные поединки. Первый из которых шестираундовый бой в супертяжелом весе. Судьи ринга Сергей Летунов, Илья Килунин и Сергей Журкин. Рефери Геннадий Мартиросян. А первым в ринг, в черный его угол, добро пожаловать боец из Узбекистана по прозвищу Жама Jamshid Khudoyberganov.
A very warm welcome everyone to the KSK Arena in St. Petersburg in Russia. This bustling historic port city on the Baltic Sea, widely regarded as Russia's cultural capital, and it's the noble art that's in the spotlight tonight as IBA.PRO 15 takes center stage. Well, into the boxing ring in this contest in the super heavyweight division, Jamshid Khudoyberganov.
Svetoslav Teterin.
His opponent is Svetoslav Teterin, highly experienced figure from the amateur scene, the Olympic-style scene, 3-round code in Russia. Plenty of international experience as well, having competed in various multi-nations tournaments around the region, including the World Cup of Petroleum countries. Making his IBA.PRO debut here tonight, and a man from St. Petersburg with the opportunity to compete in front of a home crowd.
Представляю вам соперников. Боксер в черном углу. Ему 26 лет. Его рост 2 метра и 2 сантиметра. А официальный вес 101,95 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд. 3 победы при единственном поражении и 1 ничьей. Дамы и господа, он победитель и участник чемпионатов Азии. Из Уркенча, Узбекистан. Приветствуйте, Jamshid Жама Khudoyberganov. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 28 лет. Его рост 190 сантиметров, а вес 110,5 килограмма. Сегодня у него профессиональный дебют. Но он чемпион мира среди клубов армий 2025. Обладатель Кубка мира среди нефтяных стран 2024. Серебряный призер чемпионата мира среди военнослужащих и 4-кратный серебряный и бронзовый призер чемпионата России. Дамы и господа, из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, фото Святослав, питерский танк Тетерин.
Под затылку, ниже пояса не бьем. Пожали руки, слушаем на команду по углам.
Готов. Чернуга готов. Золотуга готов. Боксеры готовы. Box.
So we're underway then. This is action in the super heavyweight division. Scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. It's between boxers from Russia and Uzbekistan in the compact figure. Sporting the crew cut, coming forward behind authoritative jabs to the body. Look at him work the torso with that lead left stick. That is Svetoslav Teterin, 28 years of age, from right here in Russia, the taller figure, just turning a right uppercut underneath before looking to extend that lengthy jab, but he's being out-jabbed repeatedly here. Jamshid Khudoyberganov. Considerable height advantage favoring the man from Uzbekistan, who takes another thrusting jab just above the belt line, and then a left hook down to the body as well. He's looking for the right uppercut underneath, and the uppercut, of course, an effective shot against a compact, shorter opponent. And now he's trying to establish that long lead left stick, but again, look at the manner in which he's being out-jabbed. Jab not all a matter of arm length. Teterin really busy. Down to timing as well, and he's using that lead left to both head and body very effectively indeed. Look at the variety on that lead left stick as he continues to work it up and down, up and down. And his opponent from Uzbekistan yet to find the range or distance with his own punches beyond the halfway stage of the opening round. No such difficulty for Teterin, who then turned in a left hook to the body. Well, getting back to the shot that he's been using right from the opening bell. A pile driving left jab to both head and body. Scored with it 3 times in a row upstairs. And the taller figure from Uzbekistan, well, he's got to be careful that he doesn't just follow his opponents around the ring here now. Teterin presenting a different posture, getting on the back foot, but then planting his feet and letting go a combination of arcing punches to both body and head. This is wonderful punch picking from Teterin. Again, be forgiven if you thought that these were something other than super heavyweights, because he's boxing at a really impressive clip. Look at the punches in bunches. Looking to punch with the more compact figure now is the man from Uzbekistan. But he's being outscored and outworked and outboxed for the first 2 minutes 50 seconds of this opening round. What a blistering opening 3 minutes produced by Svetoslav Teterin. Set about his man right from the opening bell and continued to target the body in particular of Jamshid Khudoyberganov.
Хороший джеб попадаешь, блядь, от него и пристраиваешь. И не 5 всяких.
Some of the action from the first round. See some of the successes from Khudoyberganov. The majority of the work with combination punching. The variety being demonstrated in the replay sequence here. Replay sequence giving the impression that it was a pretty even first 3 minutes, but that wasn't my impression from the commentary position, because Teterin was incredibly busy right from the opening bell. He's looking to continue that same industry and indeed artistry, because he's putting wonderful variety on his shots. Here to start the second round, again working that jab up and down, dipping at the knees, varying the height of it, and it's keeping the man from Uzbekistan guessing. Khudoyberganov is waiting here, and in the meantime he's been scored upon frequently with the jab, and that jab down to the body will also serve to break him down. There he came back with a good counter right hand. But this is a really active, dynamic display being produced. Terrific work with the lead left hand once again. He's not presenting a very elusive target, Khudoyberganov, and nor is he able to turn his attributes of greater length and reach into an asset here tonight, because look at the manner in which he's being out-jabbed. There's a good reverse combination. The backhand came first and then he finished it with a jolting left hand which drove Teterin backwards. That will give him something to think about. Surely there needs to be more of that, just like that, on the front foot, poking out the left hand, but he was made to miss and then made to pay in the form of trip hammer left, which snapped squarely into the target. He's got to get busier here as Khudoyberganov. Right now, in the first 2 minutes of this second round, he's being outworked considerably once again. Khudoyberganov making his pro debut back in June of 2024, actually lost it. He's undefeated in his 4 fights thereafter in the professional ranks, but he's been pinned against the ropes after being driven backwards by another two-fisted flurry from Teterin. Teterin using the space of the ring very well indeed and presenting angles to his man, dipping at the waist, and the variety that he's demonstrating in these two-fisted attacks, almost bamboozling the man from Uzbekistan, his face reddening, betraying the amount of times that he's been touched up principally by that lead left hand as he got through once again in between the gloves before dropping it down to the body. Terrific work with the left hand, turned it into a corkscrew shot just a few moments ago. Left-right attempted on the belt from Khudoyberganov, but that's 6 minutes completed, and both of them, for my money, commanding rounds in favor of Teterin, the man from St. Petersburg.
Подходи к нему ближе. Дистанция. Ближе к нему, ближе. Сдавливаем, сталкиваем, отрабатываем. Опять к нему, сдавливаем его. Понятно, да?
Well, again, we're seeing some of these successes from Khudoyberganov, and he is competitive, he's certainly tough, but I'm not sure that these replay sequences are giving an accurate reflection in microcosm of the action that's been occurring during the course of the 3-minute stanzas. Because you could stop the hard disc at just about any time, and invariably you'd find Teterin letting his hands go, where he'd have to be a little more selective to find activity and accurate punch picking from Khudoyberganov. But he's come out in this third round in aggressive fashion, getting off first, which is something of a rarity over the course of the completed 6 minutes. But then look at the price he's paid as that overarching right just caught him on the left side of his jaw. Terrific left jab once again from Teterin, disrupting the boxing stance of the taller man. And he is providing a wonderful example, Teterin, of how a longer, rangier opponent can be beaten with the jab. Doubling up the right hand, cross over the top, hook to the body before the mauling on the inside sees Teterin free his hands and score with a left hook downstairs. And for the uppercut and the left hook is Khudoyberganov. Being driven to the perimeter of the boxing ring once again. Such variety evidence in the work of Svetoslav Teterin. Teterin sitting down on that backhand, following it up with a left to the face once again. And Khudoyberganov looking to fight fire with fire. He made an exchange, but for my money it was first and third boxing, the first and final word coming from Teterin. He's showcasing his toughness and durability here, is Khudoyberganov, because he's taken an awful lot from this compact, muscular super heavyweight Svetoslav Teterin. who was set about him right from the opening bell. Nice movement in the pocket from Teterin to avoid the incoming fire. There's a beautiful reverse 1-2 to conclude a 1-2-3 combination. Left, right, left. The first left perhaps inaccurate in serving as a rangefinder, but the backhand followed by another jolting left did inconvenience Teterin, but Teterin bites down and keeps himself in the pocket. Both men having their visages reddened here. Beautiful right uppercut, left hook turned underneath by Khudoyberganov. Straight back into the breach after the command of break is Teterin, and look at these marauding attacks that are keeping Khudoyberganov occupied, really having a difficult time keeping the man off. Cracking backhands exchanged during the course of that coming together, and it was Teterin's that appeared to be the more effective, but again you have to credit the toughness, conditioning and commitment being demonstrated by Jamshid Khudoyberganov. Both men scoring effectively during the course of that third round, and each man's face beginning to mark up now. I still have to think, even though Khudoyberganov could perhaps enjoyed his best round of the contest, I still have to think that it's the man from St. Petersburg who's doing the better work and probably winning the contest. Some of the action from round number 3. Again, Khudoyberganov did have more success in finding his range. It resulted in some torrid exchanges. That perhaps his best punch of the contest, that right uppercut turned underneath. He went in search of the left hook immediately afterwards. So into the second half of the super heavyweight contest that has been fought at a blistering pace right from the opening bell, and the man who has set that pace, Svetoslav Teterin, back out onto the front foot once again, looking to take it to Jamshid Khudoyberganov. He's got him pinned against the ropes once again, and he's just becoming a little bit disorganized now, is Khudoyberganov. Continued front foot pressure being applied by the man from St. Petersburg. Drops down to the body once again, continuing to sink. Scything hooks just above the belt line and beneath the ribs of Khudoyberganov. Hooks driving him back and then following up with straight punches, and this is a terrific passage of the round being produced by Teterin. And Khudoyberganov's face being turned into a crimson mask here now. The referee allowing the boxers to work away. But I wonder whether he's going to allow Khudoyberganov to take too much more of this. He's showing a fighter's pride and a fighter's instinct as we approach the halfway stage of the round. He's always looking to compete, but he's being outboxed and outfought comprehensively through this mid-passage of round number 4. Simply cannot get himself off the ropes as a right hand swivels him to the side. Here he does turn the tables cleverly and look to impose his bulk on his more compact opponent, but back into the breach steps Teterin with a roundhouse right that was just wide of the mark. He finds himself in the invidious position now of having to either try to keep the man off or stand and fight, and neither tactic serving Khudoyberganov particularly well. He's being put in danger of being overwhelmed here with 40 seconds remaining in this 4th round. It has been one-way traffic from the bell to begin the second half of the contest. The mouthpiece has come out, and credit to him, he's trying to reinsert it of his own accord without taking a breather, which would happen if the referee intervened to take it back to the corner to get rinsed and reinserted. But look at this pressure being applied by Teterin and the unrelenting onslaught unleashed by the man from St. Petersburg, finally prompting the intervention of the referee. And you have to give credit to the toughness and commitment of Jamshid Khudoyberganov. But in the fourth round, he simply could not keep this compact pressure box fighter at bay. Letting two-fisted attacks go right from the bell to begin round number 4. Scarcely let the man off the ropes. And after giving him every opportunity, the referee, Mr. Gennady Materyosan, finally intervening to bring an end to the onslaught. A very impressive display indeed. Svetoslav Teterin, no doubt inspired by the prospect of boxing in front of his home fans here in St. Petersburg. He was on fire right from the opening bell, giving credit to his coaches because they were the ones who drew up the plan for him to follow, and my goodness, didn't he carry them out to a T. Have to give credit to Jamshid Khudoyberganov, the man from Uzbekistan. Really did compete with all that he had, but he wasn't able to utilize his greater length and reach. It was Teterin who was out jabbing him right from the offset. Heavy jabs to the body in a bid to break the man down, then showing variety on it, switching it up to the head, and then began to bring the backhand into play in the form of a pile driving right cross, scything hooks to both body and head. And in the fourth round, after Khudoyberganov enjoyed some success in the third when he was able to get off first on occasion, certainly reddened the face of Teterin, but in the fourth round, Teterin went to another gear. Let's get the official particulars.
Рефери поединка Геннадий Мартиросян остановил бой через 2 минуты и 40 секунд 4-го раунда. Техническим нокаутом победу одержал Svetoslav, питерский танк Teterin.
So Svetoslav Teterin mowing down his opponent, producing a fourth round technical knockout, the referee intervening. And Jamshid Khudoyberganov simply could not keep this pressure boxer at bay. Very impressive display indeed of educated front foot pressure being applied by Teterin. He took some shots as well, showing his punch resistance when he had to. And that's often a fate that boxers lacking in inches find themselves subjected to. Did show good movement in the pocket on occasion, but took shots when he had to, but that just seemed to spur him into a higher gear. And despite the best effort of Jamshid Khudoyberganov, simply could not get his boxing together in the face of the non-stop front foot pressure that was applied from Svetoslav Teterin. Again, he did have successes. He certainly let Teterin know that he was in a contest, but the successes comparatively few and far between. Good hands, that man. That's the dislodged mouthpiece and reinserted of his own volition without the intervention of the referee. But this was the final flurry. Left hand over the top. Khudoyberganov seeking to sway over the top rope, and he simply couldn't evade the punches. Fourth round TKO scored by Svetoslav Teterin in front of his home fans here at the KSK Arena in St. Petersburg.
Дамы и господа, напоминаю, что турнир проходит при поддержке Федерации бокса Санкт-Петербурга. Мы продолжаем. И Финлайн IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию 6-раундовый поединок в первом среднем весе. И первым в ринг. Добро пожаловать, боксер из Кубы. Встречайте, Abel, Lima.
The sounds of salsa reverberating around the KSK Arena, accompanying Abel Lima on his ring walk. Abel Posada Lima from Sancti Spiritus in Cuba, the center of the Caribbean island, 22 years of age. Made his pro debut in August of last year. That was over here in Russia, and he lost on a unanimous points decision over 4 rounds against Leon
Встречаем его соперника из России Sergey Koldenkov.
Well, Sergey Koldenkov comes here after a magnificent run to the silver medal in the 2025 World Championships in Dubai at 71 kilograms. I was ringside to commentate on that tournament. Entered as a number 5 seed and won 5 contests out of 6, adding yet more medal success to his glittering collection. The 2020 European Junior Champion at 66 kilograms from the event in Sofia. 3 years prior to that, he was a European schoolboy champion.
Его рост 179 сантиметров, а вес 69,9 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 1 бой, в котором он уступил своему сопернику. Но он является победителем Кубка Линозари 2024, серебряным призером молодежного Кубка Кубы 2021, бронзовым призером Кубка Теофила Стивенсона и турнира революции в Гаване. Дамы и господа, из Санкти Спиритус, Куба, Абель и Лима. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 22 года. Его рост 182 сантиметра, вес 69,9 килограмма. Сегодня у него профессиональный дебют, но он является серебряным призером чемпионата мира из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия. Здравствуйте, Sergey Koldenkov! Рефери поединка Ираклий Малазони.
Gentlemen, no low blow, no backlash. Listen to my command. Touch close. Good luck.
So a final look at the tail of the tape between these two talented 22-year-olds. A slight advantage in height for Sergey Koldenkov, the 2025 World Championship silver medalist. So we're underway then. This contest made at 69.9 kilograms between boxers from the powerhouse IBA boxing nations of Russia and Cuba. The southpaw wearing white, trimmed with red and grey. Fighting out of the gold corner is Sergey Koldenkov. Orthodox operator wearing black, fighting out of the black corner. Here's Abel Posada Lima. Abel Posada is what he goes by when competing in Cuba, but he's being introduced as Abel Lima here. Looking to lead off with the left hand, almost counter with a right jab from Koldenkov. Koldenkov working out of the space of ring center as he drops down to the body with 2 hooks beneath the elbows of Lima. Considerable disparity in terms of experience, particularly in the 3-round code of boxing. Lima, quarter-finalist in the Cuban National Championships. He takes a good right hook to the body, smartly spins his way out of the corner back to the space of center ring. Looking to play counter-puncher, perhaps guilty of letting his hands go from while he's out of range. He gets through with a backhand to the body there. And a nice scoring jab from Lima, but countered by an altogether more authoritative lead right jab from Koldenkov. Koldenkov continue to assert pressure over that front foot. Steering the defenses of Lima with a left hand to their head. Lima countering effectively. Again, out of the corner and back to the space of center ring. He's consistently been made to take the long route around the roped arena is Lima. Koldenkov continuing to apply pressure with his presence. His punch selection, he's working that left hand to the body very effectively indeed. And that just brought the hands of Lima down momentarily. There's another left hand to the body. But the referee, Mr. Irakli Malazonia, indicating to Koldenkov that the shot was low. Counter left hand with an effective shot at mid-range from Koldenkov. There he looks for the same shot, shooting left cross once again out of that southpaw stance. Right hand over the top, launched almost simultaneously as the backhand from Koldenkov. For my money, the 2025 World Championship silver medalist from Russia, who did the better work in that opening round.
Спокойненько, боксируй, бью вылови. Молодец, хорошая работа.
Скоростное оперение, сдваивай. Острый джеб хорошо получается. А то сразу же хочешь ударить первым, он уже скукотился.
Some of the action from the first 3 minutes. Beautiful shot. Landed in such a fine position from Koldenkov. So we move into the second round of a scheduled 6. Contest made at 69.9 kilograms, that's 154 pounds super welterweight or light middleweight is old money. Lima Posada showcased some nice skills in the opening round, but it was Koldenkov who was the busier boxer, the more accurate boxer, landed a greater variety of punches. Very patient is Koldenkov, but he often broke the stare downs to lead off and land with eye-catching singles or quick combination clusters. There's a wonderful counter left hand again, catching Lima as he thought about advancing. And on a couple of occasions now, the precise punches from Koldenkov have just stopped Lima in his tracks as he goes in search of a flash overhand right once again. And Lima looking to score with combination shots. There's a beautiful right uppercut to the chest plate of Koldenkov from Lima. Then lands a low blow of his own with that right hook. He's not having success from boxing at range, so holding his feet more insistently now is Lima, and he is having success. Fighting fire with fire would be overstating it, but when holding his feet at center ring and letting his shots go with authority. But now Koldenkov, having absorbed some punches from the sharp shooting cube and having real success, and punctuated by that left cross over the top, which causes Lima to go walkabout. Another flashing left hand, and the mouth of Lima, I think, beginning to be bloodied now. He's breathing through a mouth that is open, and he overwhelmed in the corner, sent down to the canvas. Gamely gets back to his feet, but after he enjoyed his best success of the round, it was almost when he was finished. He said, okay, now how do you deal with what I've got? And Koldenkov went through the gears and applied pressure that sent Lima down to the floor. Lima gamely standing in the pocket and pitching with Koldenkov, but it's the man from Russia who appears to possess the heavier artillery, and Lima backing up to the corner once again. He's in danger of being stopped here. There's another pulverizing left cross that caused him to slide down the corner post, and this one has been waved off. Compassionate corner work from Lima's team, the towel coming in, saving the 22-year-old for another day, because nothing wrong with this man's desire or competitive spirit. But in Sergey Koldenkov, he is facing off against one of the very best in the world, whose confidence will be through the roof, having boxed so brilliantly to make it a run through to the gold medal bout where he came away with World Championship silver in Dubai. Credit to Lima, because he really did have a go in that second round. But then in having a go, it just brought a sterner, stronger response from Koldenkov, because after his best success of the round, Koldenkov just went to another level entirely, and despite his best efforts, Abel Lima not able to keep the man off, keep him at bay, or prevent his precise, potent punches from breaching his defenses and sending him to the floor on 2 occasions. When he got back up from the second knockdown, the corner compassionately throwing in the towel, indicating to the referee, Mr. Irakli Malazonia, that their man would take no more. A very impressive outing indeed from Sergey Koldenkov here on IBA.PRO 15 in St. Petersburg in his homeland. Well, you have to credit the competitive spirit of Posada, Russia proving to be something of an unhappy hunting ground for him. Boxed here in the amateurs in December of last year, lost a 3-round majority decision, made his pro debut here in August of last year, losing unanimously over 4.
Дамы и господа,
stopped in the second
время
of the
остановки боя
scheduled
2
6.
минуты и 23 секунды второго раунда. В связи с отказом угла соперника от продолжения боя техническим нокаутом победу одержал Сергей Koldenkov, Санкт-Петербург, Россия.
So Sergey Koldenkov, who resides right here in St. Petersburg, a very impressive display indeed. It was efficient, it was accurate, it was effective. He posing with his corner team and his management, because they will be immensely proud of the work that he's produced here on IBA.PRO 15 against an opponent where there is quite a disparity in terms of experience. Abel Lima demonstrating that he wasn't going to be discouraged by the gap in experience that exists between the two. Lost the first round for my money, bit down and tried to go for it in the second round and hold his feet where he had more successes, but all that did was prompt Koldenkov to fire back with greater authority and accuracy. The barrage sent him to the floor for the first knockdown, and then when he was knocked down for the second time after gamely getting back to his feet, another fusillade of punches came flying in. Not upon his second trip to the canvas. And Cuban's corner throwing in the towel, indicating that their man would be called out. Second round TKO scored by Sergey Koldenkov to conclude what was a very efficient display indeed.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. И вашему вниманию 6-раундовый поединок в пользу легком весе. И первый в ринг. Добро пожаловать, боксер из Демократической Республики Конго. Он носит прозвище «Аватар». Айме Малungilua.
So into the arena is the man from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Aime Malungilua, African champion. His fight here on IBA.PRO 15 in St. Petersburg is big news back in his homeland. Before departing for Russia, he had an audience with the Democratic Republic of Congo Minister of Sport. Minister of Sports also met him just before his audience with Malungilua. Also met Olympic champ Tony Yoka in February, and they spoke on a project to revive the noble art in DR Congo and enhance social integration through sport. So into the ring for his first contest outside the mighty continent of Africa is Aime Malungilua.
Встречайте его соперника. Добро пожаловать из России, Eduard Savvin.
Eduard Savvin from right here in St. Petersburg, a 25-year-old, no stranger to boxing on IBA.PRO night stages. Reigning European champion at 57 kilograms. Took that title at the edition in Belgrade in April of 2024, winning 5 contests out of 5 and beating the talented Cuban based in Bulgaria, Javier Ibanez, in the final. 2025 National Championship silver medalist in Russia, sustained a severe cut on his forehead in the gold medal bout, but boxed beautifully through the adversity of his injury. Didn't get the decision. Eduard Savvin, very good operator indeed. 2-time participant in the World Championships, quarter-finalist in 2021, losing at the quarter-final stage to Sergey, the eventual silver medalist from Kazakhstan.
Представляю вам соперников и первым боксером в черном углу. Ему 26 лет, рост 171 сантиметр, вес 57 килограммов ровно. Его профессиональный рекорд 9 побед, причем все 9 побед одержаны нокаутом. При 2 поражениях он чемпион Африки, представляющий Кимпеса, Демократическая Республика Конго, Айме Аватар Малungилua. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Ему 25 лет, рост 171 сантиметр, вес 57,4 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 2 победы, все победы одержаны нокаутом без единого поражения. Он чемпион Европы 2024, 3-кратный чемпион России 2021, 2022 и 2024. Из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, доселе непобежденный Eduard Savvin. Рефери поединка Sergey Litunov.
Gentlemen, hold the rules, соблюдайте правила, protect yourself all the time. That was. Good luck.
So a quick look at the tail of the tape ahead of this lightweight contest. Both men identical in height, each of them inside the 57.2 kilogram limit that this contest was made at.
Поехали.
So we're underway then. 6 3-minute rounds scheduled. I said lightweight, but of course 57 kilograms is 126 pounds. That's featherweight, 9 stone in old money. And in the southpaw stance, Russia's Eduard Savvin from right here in Russia. Muslim Orthodox boxer Aime Malungilua. from DR Congo. He's got that distinctive hairstyle. I think it's a straight mohawk he's been fashioning this week, but sometimes it's an arrow. Very relaxed operator and possesses a terrific left hook to the body. Being kept on the end of a southpaw right jab here. There he goes in search of that left hook downstairs, which is very much his Sunday punch. Left cross to the body, not too far away from Savvin. Brought his right foot through as he let that right cross go. Malungilua. His punches coming in more looping fashion, allowing Savvin to shoot the gap down the middle. There again, evidence with the looping backhand followed by the left, and as he was getting his boxing stance reorganized, sharp shooting straights came down the center from Savvin. So contrasting approach has been taken to the profession, to the craft. Oh, that's a cracking southpaw left, and he stopped the man on his feet. Referee Mr. Sergey Litinov, perfectly placed, looked into the eyes of Aime Malungilua, and concluding that he was in no position to defend himself or indeed continue, stopped on his feet by a picture-perfect southpaw left cross. And the avatar has been stopped in the opening round, measured with the jab right from the opening bell, and there was the left cross right onto the point of Malungilua's chin, and he was out on his feet, eyeball sent spinning into orbit, and he elected not to follow up, but he would have been well within his rights to. But again, good officiating by the third man in the ring. He saw that the man from DR Congo was frozen in his tracks, didn't go down to the canvas, and the towel coming in from the corner just as he waved it off. So good to see compassionate corner work, efficient refereeing. Hopefully Malungilua is okay. First outing on IBA Champions Nights, on the IBA Champions Night stage. Victories all come inside the distance, so he packs a punch. And Eduard Savvin, two such precise puncher. Undefeated in the professional ranks, 2 wins out of 2, both coming inside the distance, and here scoring a first round stoppage with a really crisp southpaw left cross. Well, bitter disappointment experienced by Aime Malungilua. The official particulars.
Go to the center, please. Итак, дамы и господа, рефери поединка Сергей Летунов остановил поединок через минуту и 43 секунды самого первого раунда. Техническим нокаутом одержал победу и продолжает свой путь без поражений Эдуард Savvin! Санкт-Петербург, Россия.
So Eduard Savvin, first round stoppage victor. Terrific left cross, stopping Aime Malungilua on his feet. Good to see that Malungilua is able to move around under his own steam and coordination. Muted celebrations from the man from St. Petersburg. Malungilua, heavy-handed knockout artist in his own right, very much up for the fight, but again, his punches were taking a more circuitous route in a bid to find their target. That presented an avenue of opportunity down the middle for Savvin to ply his trade, and my goodness, did he do it beautifully. Setting up the left cross with that, setting up the left jab with those setting up the left cross with those right jabs, using the right jab as a rangefinder, and then just followed through with a sumptuous left cross out of that southpaw stance. Very good display indeed. Savvin barely breaking a sweat. He remains undefeated as a professional. 3 fights, 3 wins, all of them coming inside the distance.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. И финал на IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию 8-раундовый поединок в легком весе. И первым в ринг. Добро пожаловать, боксер из Казахстана, Dastan Saduuly.
So into the arena is Dastan Saduuly, 24 years of age, from Alga in western Kazakhstan. 15 fights under his belt as a professional, winning 12 of them, and all 12 of his wins have come inside the distance. Now on the flip side of his 3 losses, all of those have been by the short route as well. So this the man who doesn't hang around to hear the final bell. Made his pro debut back in September of 2018 when he was just 16 years of age.
В ринг приглашается его соперник из России по прозвищу Tamerlan Ozdoev.
So Tamerlan Ozdoev from right here in St. Petersburg, making his way into the boxing ring. 23 years of age, undefeated professional, winning 4 bouts out of 4, 2 of them coming inside the distance. Made his debut in December of 2024, was last in the ring in December of last year, during which he had 5 fights. 4 fights as a professional. Fought on IBA.PRO 1 in Moscow.
Представляю вам соперника. Боксер в черном углу. Ему 24 года. Рост 170 сантиметров, вес 63,1 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд 12 побед. Причем все 12 побед одержаны нокаутом при 3 поражениях. Он чемпион Казахстана среди профессионалов из Актоба, Казахстан. Приветствуйте, Dastan Saduuly. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу ринга. Боксеру 23 года. Рост 173 сантиметра, вес 63,4 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 4 победы, включая 2 победы нокаутом без поражений. Он призер чемпионата России. Из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, непобежденный Tamerlan Оздоев. Рефери поединка Sergey Giorgi.
Kappa. Okay. Stop. Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
So Tamerlan Ozdoev just outside the 61.2 kilograms that this contest has been made at.
Box.
135 pound or thereabouts. The lightweight contest scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds between boxers from Russia and Kazakhstan. All orthodox affair. A man reaching for a left jab to the body. Wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold is Dastan Saduuly. Last contest in December of last year, he actually comes in on a 2-fight losing skid. Both of them coming via retirement in contests that were scheduled for 8. Those losses 2 and 3 on his professional ledger. Tamerlan Ozdoev, really compact, precise boxer. Opened the show on IBA.PRO 3 at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa in Russia in April of 2024, and it was a dominant second round KO victory over Vivek Singh of India. A arrived undefeated, did the man from India. But having taken a look having used the first round of something of a reconnaissance mission, Ozdoev just showed a deeper level of experience and scored a dominant stoppage victory over Vivek Singh. Instead, in preparation for this one, he's been in camp for 1.5 months, and near one of his Sunday punches, that left hook to the body, followed by a right hand to the jaw. Saduuly has been forced to back up a little bit, change his expression slightly after taking that body shot, but he comes back with a wonderful 3-shot combination to the body. Referee, Mr. Sergey Giorgi, just telling him to keep the punches up. Stalking his man now with bad intentions is Ozdoev. Working the body effectively behind the jab, but hooking off the ropes is Saduuly. Only to find himself against the ropes on another side of the ring. His use of the feet to try and cut off the counterclockwise movement that Saduuly was looking to use as an escape route. So Ozdoev pin his man in the corner and work away. 30 seconds remaining in the opening round. To land sneaky counters is Saduuly, but Ozdoev measuring him with that lead left hand, not even bothering to shoot it during that previous coming together, just held it out like a measuring stick. And sought to drop down just as he did there with that left hook to the body. Stop. First round in the books. For my money, it's a very good opening 3 minutes by Ozdoev.
Хорошая работа. Только подходим с джебом. В атаку понятно, да? И никаких 8 ударов по туловищу. Понятно, да? Голова, туловище, сразу голова. Печень зацепил. Ищи чаще это действие. Еще раз, с джебом. Всю дорогу с джебом к нему подходит.
So some of the action from the first round. Cracking shot to the jaw from Ozdoev. Sneaky hooks while sliding off the ropes from Saduuly. Did have pockets of success, but just not as much success as Ozdoev, for my money. So moving to the second round, and it's scheduled for 8. Again, back-to-back retirements secured by Dastan Saduuly. Again, Ozdoev going in search of the body with that left hook downstairs. There is a vulnerability to the body. During that 1.5-month training camp he's had for this outing here on IBA.PRO 15. Ozdoev and his team looking to exploit it. Nice right hand over the top from Saduuly. It's a swift counter in return.
No holding. Break!
Good work downstairs with that burst of punches beneath the elbows from Saduuly, but then he was countered to the head pretty rapidly from Ozdoev, and he getting the final word in this exchange, but then look at Saduuly countering from out of the corner. Terrific two-way action.
No holding. Dastan, no holding. Step back, Dastan.
Again, looking to box smartly off the ropes is Saduuly. He just has the impression from the commentary position here that it's Ozdoev who possesses the heavier shot in his arsenal. Cracking right hand from Ozdoev, as Saduuly was looking to operate out of the Philly shell slipping and sliding on the ropes, trying to touch his chin behind his shoulder. But it was still found by the backhand of Ozdoev. But he's showing good composure under fire. But he's being scored upon quite frequently is Saduuly. But not panicking. That's testament to his talent after making his debut back in September of 2018. I think I may have said 2015 earlier, which is erroneous because he made his debut as a 16-year-old back in September 6 years ago. Beautiful jabs, twice in quick succession from Ozdoev. Drops down with a left hook to the body. Saduuly looking to counter but was inaccurate with the right cross. There he did score with a thrusting jab. Well, it looks as though he's trying to play counter-puncher, Saduuly, but he's paying quite a heavy price to get his own counter attempts away because invariably he's been scored upon with some accurate shots from Ozdoev, and then he's trying to come back with a counter to at least have a word in the exchange, but his counter attempt rather inaccurate in the closing stages of that second round. For my money, that's 2 rounds in favor of the man from St. Petersburg. With a cracking right hand over the top from Saduuly, working down to the body before being countered by a left hook upstairs. But there was the right cross from Ozdoev before dropping down with a right hand to the body, left hook to the jaw. And despite his best efforts to slip and slide out of that shell defense and play counter puncher, well, his defenses proved rather porous in the second half of round number 2. Pushing out that jab from the shoulder to begin round number 3 is Saduuly. Again, demonstrating really good instincts up in the boxing ring in terms of his temperament. He's just being outscored, double hook, body then head, then drop down to the body once again, and look where his elbows were after taking those shots down to his right flank. Ozdoev with a burst of shoe-shine punches before changing angles, working his man beautifully during that passage of the round, and then putting some more power on his shots as he sat down on them thereafter. But fantastic variety evident during that little cameo from Ozdoev, penetrating the defenses, just touching his man upstairs before creating angles by stepping around his opponent to score from both flanks with eye-catching punches to the body. He's aware of that is Saduuly. He now in search of his get-back and does score with a good left hook around the corner. Oh, that is a sumptuous left hook downstairs from Ozdoev, followed by a right uppercut in between those 2 single-shot successes as he lands another left hook beneath the right elbow of Saduuly. Saduuly did have some success of his own. He's in there competing spiritedly, but Ozdoev has the upper hand in this. And again, he continues to step around his man and work beautifully down through the body. Saduuly with some successes of his own with his back pinned against the ropes. Right uppercut, left hook to the body, countered by a single shot success from Saduuly. So Ozdoev certainly knows that he's in a contest as he takes a counter right hand there after his own right hand success. And again, it's surely the man in the white from Russia who is on top. Good left jabs being exchanged. Good left hook to the body from Saduuly, and that just doubled over Ozdoev. Now, how significantly did he feel the effects of those shots? Ozdoev flicking out a left jab, scores with the left hook to the body, right hand over the top. And is Ozdoev still feeling the effects of that terrifically picked punch down to the body? Because he's not punching as frequently or as fervently as he was before he absorbed that shot downstairs. Now the half cover guard being attempted once again from Saduuly, looking to catch a shot with an open palm. but his defense is proving porous once more. Flashing that gum shield rather contemptuously as the bell sounds to conclude round number 3. But Saduuly will no doubt have been encouraged if he picks up on what we sensed here from our commentary position. Very good competitive spirit demonstrated by Saduuly in that round. So he pushed out the jab from the shoulder to begin the round. There's an example of the punch picking from Ozdoev, but then the counters were coming back more effectively in round 3 compared to round number 4. But there was a tremendous body shot landed by Saduuly. There, right there, and look how it doubled over Ozdoev, and thereafter he was a little more subdued in terms of his forward forays and his offensive salvos. So moving to the 4th round. If he did feel the effects of that shot, which his body language appeared to suggest that he did, has the 60-second interval been long enough for Ozdoev's energy and comfort levels to return to something approaching optimal? He's back on the front foot once again as Saduuly has turned southpaw in the first 30 seconds of this 4th round. Ozdoev to keep his man pinned to the ropes, but clever cluster once again, the 2-shot salvo catching Ozdoev when he's punching. The first 2 rounds, his counter-punching efforts, I thought Saduuly was being outworked, but look at that. Terrific reverse 1-2, catching Ozdoev on the counter once again, and he really appears to have settled into his rhythm and found his range here now. But smart use of the jab to the body from Ozdoev. So back in an orthodox boxer now is Saduuly, looking to back up Ozdoev as he drops down with a left hook to the solar plexus once again. But Ozdoev keeping his shape nicely and remaining disciplined in the pocket, right hand clamped to his jaw, scoring with the left hook. Both men enjoying clusters of shots. Benton punches from Saduuly, straight flurries upstairs from Ozdoev. Again, reverse 1-2, scoring with a straight right cross first is wonderful contrast in this contest, and it's producing an utterly absorbing affair. Ozdoev on the front foot once again, scoring effectively to the body, looking to rediscover the rhythm that served him so well in the 3rd round is Saduuly. Wonderful punch picking at short range from Ozdoev, shortening those punches and finding a home for those clipping shots on the inside.
Stop! Break! Box!
Neither man heeding the referee's instructions to break. Sergey Giorgi to express them more insistently. There's another left hand to the body which just folded over Ozdoev momentarily. Big swing and a miss with the left hook as Saduuly off the ropes as a southpaw once again. Now his feet are switched back to orthodox. Pushed backwards by Ozdoev, who's looking to walk him down. Oh, that's a cracking right hand to the body, and there was an audible groan from Saduuly. Was it the body shot, or has he hurt his hand during an attempted shot? But either way, he's not punched since. Now he's trying to fire back, but what a contest we have here. Soul-sapping body punches being dug in by both men. It came from Saduuly in the 3rd. In the 4th round, there was an audible groan from Saduuly after Ozdoev landed a cracking body shot in the closing stages of the stanza. He spat out his mouthpiece en route back to his black corner. Remember, his last 2 contests have ended in retirement. He's pondering that once again, because he really appeared to have been hurt downstairs, and just as we've suggested, I think the tape is being removed from the gloves and this contest over. That was it, signaled by the coach. Dastan Saduuly will take no more. That was the shot to the body where there was an audible groan from Dastan Saduuly. Backed up to the ropes, unable to let his hands go, he gamely bit down on the mouthpiece and tried to launch a flurry in the closing stages. But look at how it caused his body to wilt. Terrific right hand to the body in the closing stages of round number 4, ultimately bringing about the demise of Dastan Saduuly. Terrific work, and again, during the build-up, in preparation during their 1.5-month camp, if there was a vulnerability to the body of Dastan Saduuly, who has now been forced to retire in his last 3 contests, well, Tamerlan, Ozdoev and his team drawing up a game plan that would test any potential weakness downstairs. And after a rally in the 3rd round produced by Dastan Saduuly when he tested Tamerlan Ozdoev to the body in the closing stages of round number 4, an absolutely sickening body shot caused the man from Kazakhstan to yelp, which is something of a rarity in the boxing ring. These men trained professionals of the highest order, and they know what this sport and this business is all about. So to bring about an audible exclamation such as that, it must have been a punch to inflict some damage. Tamerlan Ozdoev exchanging a message with somebody over his smartphone, now makes his way to center ring. Let's get the official verdict.
В связи с отказом угла соперника от продолжения боя по завершении 4-го раунда, в 5-м раунде техническим нокаутом одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений Tamerlan Ozdoev, Санкт-Петербург, Россия.
Or St. Petersburg's Tamerlan Ozdoev scores another inside the distance victory on IBA.PRO Boxing Night stages. Did so in Ufa when he opened the show on IBA.PRO 3, and here on IBA.PRO 15, a debilitating body shot forcing the retirement of Dastan Saduuly at the end of the 4th round. TKO victory registered by Tamerlan Ozdoev. Prior to that, it was a wonderful affair, a contest of contrast. Ozdoev getting the better of the attempted counter-punching that Dastan Saduuly was looking to launch in the first 2 rounds. But then in the 3rd round, Saduuly really did begin to find success. He landed a good right hand to the body, which appeared to just cause some discomfort for Ozdoev. But in the 4th round, he recovered magnificently. The investment in body shots paying dividends. But that was an example of the 2-way action that unfolded over the course of the contest. Best successes coming in the 3rd round for Saduuly, but there was the right hand to the body. Dastan Saduuly committing the cardinal boxing error of showing his weak spot. Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight champion of the world, who reigned from 1908 to 1915, who said that the key to the sweet science is to target your other man's weak spot and protect your own. Not able to do it on this occasion, Dastan Saduuly, and it was exploited by Tamerlan Ozdoev, forcing that retirement at the end of the 4th round. Terrific performance and victory for Tamerlan Ozdoev. 3 straight retirements. L's now endured by Dastan Saduuly. One wonders whether it's a long-standing issue. Maybe time out of the ring would be the remedy.
И представляем вашему вниманию 8-раундовый поединок в промежуточном весе до 84 килограммов. И первым в ринг. Добро пожаловать, боксеры из Танзании, Yusuf Changalawe.
Well, if you're a fan of IBA boxing, particularly the 3-round format, then this man needs no introduction. Yusuf Changalawe, the soldier from the East African nation of Tanzania. 28 years of age. So many accomplishments over the 3-round format. The 2024 All Africa Games bronze medalist from the edition that was held in the Ghanaian capital of Accra. The 2023 African Continental bronze medalist from the edition in Yaoundé, Cameroon. And I was ringside at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham to see him box his way to bronze there at 80 kilograms.
Ночной кошмар. Giorgi, Nightmare, Kushitashvili.
And equally, the man approaching the boxing ring, one of the most accomplished 3-round IBA operators in the world, undefeated in the professional ranks with 2 wins out of 2, but in the 3-round format, he is simply sensational. A 2-time World Championship bronze medalist, having secured back-to-back bronzes in the last 2 editions in Tashkent and in Dubai just before Christmas. I was ringside to commentate on both of those runs through to the medal podium. A European Championship bronze medalist, a European Championship gold medalist from the edition in Yerevan in 2022. And here he is to perform on the IBA.PRO stage.
И первым боксером в черном углу. Ему 28 лет, его рост 175 сантиметров, а вес 85 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 3 победы без поражений. Дамы и господа, из Дар-эс-Салама, Танзания, доселе непобежденный Yusuf Changalawe. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Ему 30 лет. Рост 190 сантиметров, а вес 83,1 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 2 победы без поражений. Обе победы одержаны нокаутом. Дамы и господа, он чемпион Грузии. Из Тбилиси, Грузия, приветствуйте, Giorgi Nightmare Kushitashvili. Рефери поединка Дмитрий Болдырев.
Quick look at the tail of the tape. Ahead of this contest, considerable advantage in height for Giorgi Kushitashvili.
Are you ready? Ready? Готовы? Box.
So we're underway then. This is action. Scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. Contest around the 80-kilogram mark. 2 the very best operators in the world over the 3-round format. Each of them competed previously in IBA.PRO events. He's ringside to see Yusuf Changalawe's IBA.PRO debut in the Ethiopian capital of Addis Ababa in August of 2024, won on a split decision victory that night over Peter. Again, his 3-round accomplishments. He takes a cracking right cross over the top from Giorgi Kushitashvili, who is also no stranger to IBA.PRO events, having competed at the Agenda Arena in Dubai in 2024. Ringside to commentate on that event. Real extravaganza. What was still called IBA Champions Nights at that point, before the rebranding at the start of last year. D2 undefeated in the pro ranks, 2 wins out of 2, but hasn't been the most active in the conventional pro ranks. Made his debut back in December of 2021, one bout thereafter in February of 2022, and since then it's been concentrating on the 3-round format for Kushitashvili, including making it through to the Paris Olympic Games. In that tournament, he competed way up at over 90 kilograms. Reduced opportunities, remember, in terms of weight in the Olympic Games to ensure that there's parity between men and women boxers. So competed as a 92-kilogram heavyweight in Paris 2024. Looking to keep Changalawe pinned near the corner. Changalawe looking to bob and weave before digging away downstairs to the body. Something of an unusual experience for Changalawe as he gets to work with the left hand, uppercut and hook on the inside. But something of an unusual experience to be the shorter boxer by such a distance. And Kushitashvili finding his man on the end of those long, stinging punches. There's a cracking right cross that just causes Changalawe to become disorganized. He still hasn't got himself out of the corner. Kushitashvili, sensing that he may have his man going, keen to keep the pressure piled on. Changalawe fires back with a right cross, just to let Kushitashvili know that he's still in there competing. But a left hand to the body, right cross to the chin from Kushitashvili, continuing to keep Changalawe pinned in the corner. Simply can't get away from the neutral corner turnbuckle. High tempo first 3 minutes, where it was Kushitashvili dictating the tempo of the contest. Some of the action from the opening round. Changalawe perhaps guilty of spending far too much time near the ropes. And that just invited pressure from Kushitashvili. When he found his range with long looping left such as that, he invariably followed up with the backhand. So Changalawe, on my money, has lost that opening round. And there was a stage where Kushitashvili looked to be keen on pressing home his advantage. So into the second round then of a contest that is scheduled for 8. Changalawe out with altogether more aggressive intent to begin this second round. Effective defenses behind high-held gloves from Kushitashvili. Shoots out a left jab. Contest right around the light heavyweight limit. Again, presents a towering figure in the light heavyweight division of Kushitashvili. Terrific left uppercut snuck through on the inside by Changalawe, and then he comes forward, left-right combination, but countered immediately by a rapier-like right from Kushitashvili. Cracking exchange during this passage of the round. Good right uppercut turned underneath by Changalawe, and then he brings the backhand into play once again, followed by a left uppercut. Kushitashvili following with 2 backhands in a row, and then drops down to the body with Changalawe on the ropes. And Changalawe just been put under pressure here now. He's got to try and get his defenses back in order. He's trying to fight fire with fire, and it's resulting in terrific two-way action that has got the crowd energized here at the KSK Arena. Just beyond the halfway stage of this second round. Left hook from out of the corner from Changalawe. Then a right hand dug to the solar plexus on the inside. Oh, that's a good left hook to the body, and Changalawe had to take a step back. Continuing to pile on the pressure is Kushitashvili. Changalawe just in danger of becoming a little bit disorganized here now. He's standing totally square on the ropes. He's trying to bob and weave. Then he tried to claim his man, but missed. And this a terrific passage of the round once again for Kushitashvili. Back into the breach steps Changalawe. His attempted uppercut and hook was countered swiftly by Kushitashvili. Then another piercing right cross, left hook, and Kushitashvili showing wonderful variety here now. But look at the toughness and competitiveness being demonstrated by the man from Dar es Salaam. Double left hand, uppercut, jab, then a right cross from Kushitashvili. Right hand over the top from Kushitashvili. Changalawe steps back into the fray once more, but Kushitashvili in what has been an absolutely breathtaking back and forth second round. And it's the man from Tbilisi who has got the better of it for my money. But Changalawe, credit to him, he really did try to change things up and stick it on Giorgi Kushitashvili. Kushitashvili met him, matched him, and indeed raised him to produce an absolutely wonderful 3 minutes of boxing in the second round of this light heavyweight contest. Some of the action from round number 2 as Changalawe looked to put his man under pressure, finding a home for his right hand, but invariably, inevitably, Kushitashvili would fire straight back. Yeah. Reverse 1-2, right cross, left jab, followed by another right cross. Changalawe showing stout punch resistance. His head was up in the air because he was so intent on getting his own offense away, but that's the type of back and forth action that characterized round number 2. So into the third round we go. Kushitashvili, particularly when I was ringside in Paris to commentate on the Olympic Games, because he was conceding so much weight despite his height, to eat his way into the 92-kilogram heavyweight division at the Paris Olympic Games. Here he is in his altogether more natural weight class, around 80 kilograms. But he exhibited wonderful boxing skill during the Paris Summer Games. And again, two-way action of the most ferocious order being exhibited once again. But here, he's seeking to be the front foot aggressor. Changalawe looking for left hands on the inside. There he sneaks in a nice left uppercut. Jab thrusted out almost simultaneously. There's another left uppercut turned underneath by Changalawe, but it's countered by a cluster of punches from Kushitashvili. To give you an idea as to how effective, how accomplished Giorgi Kushitashvili is on the global stage of 3-round boxing. It takes operators of the measure of Lauren Alfonso Berto Dominguez, the Cuban, represents Azerbaijan, and Sharabuddin Atayev. They're the two boxers who have bested him at the semi-final stage at the last 2 editions of the IBA World Championships. With Alfonso Dominguez, who outpointed him in Tashkent, was ringside for that tournament, and Atayev, who bested him en route to the gold medal, his second successive gold medal in Dubai just before Christmas in that open-air extravaganza at the tennis stadium. Have been ringside to commentate on both of those events, and Kushitashvili solidifying his credentials as one of the very best in the world. Here he is in a contest scheduled for 8 against the accomplished figure of the man from the East African nation of Tanzania. There's a clipping left uppercut turned underneath. Kushitashvili went in search of the same shot once again. Changalawe bobbing and weaving, his chin remaining rather up in the air, and it's been checked by that left hook, which caused him to totter into his own corner. Trying to keep his wits about him and respond with a jab of his own is Changalawe. But Kushitashvili having the better of these trade-offs in this light heavyweight contest that is being fought at a really high pace. Changalawe on the 10-second clapper, keen to get onto the front foot. 3 rounds completed, and my goodness, this one being fought on a tempo that is searingly hot. So some of the action from round number 3. Straight punches being sought by both men, but it's Kushitashvili who again utilized sticking and moving during the Paris Olympic Games because of the disadvantage he faced in terms of natural weight up at 92 kilograms here. Seeking to be a front foot destroyer against a man who is shorter than he in the form of Yusuf Changalawe. So we move into round number 4. Left hook to the body while the sound of the bell still ringing around the KSK Arena, landed by Changalawe, and he's targeting the long, lean torso of the towering figure of Kushitashvili very effectively indeed in the first 20 seconds of this 4th round. The two men changing left hand, looking for the counter. Right cross is Kushitashvili. Changalawe continuing to explore the body with that spearing jab downstairs. Again, Changalawe, when he retreats to the ropes like that, he does invite pressure. Left hand to the body was followed by a right hand downstairs, which was demonstrably low. Offering his apology in the form of a touch of gloves, Changalawe, but that doesn't reduce the pain and discomfort that Kushitashvili will have endured. That left hand looked on the borderline once again. That follow-up left hand certainly was low. My goodness. The effectiveness of the protective cut being tested by these low blows that have been dug in from Changalawe. There's a sumptuous left hook downstairs from Kushitashvili. But Changalawe going body hunting here in round number 4. Kushitashvili reciprocating in that regard, and he scores with a good left hand to the body before scoring with a broom handle of a left jab upstairs. Changalawe very busy as he's seeking to hold his feet now and stand in the pocket and not retreat to the ropes or be pushed back to the ropes, where he was spending a significant amount of time over the course of the first 3 rounds. Discernible change of tactics trying to be implemented here by Changalawe, but there he finds himself bulldozed back to the ropes once again by the shaven-headed figure from Tbilisi. Measuring his man with the left hand, heel of the glove into Changalawe's face before Kushitashvili went in search of the right uppercut. Well, he's walking a real tightrope here, and I think he may have invoked the ire of the referee. Repeated low blows from Yusuf Changalawe. He doesn't agree with the verdict, but on numerous occasions here in the 4th round, as Changalawe was going in search of the body, he has strayed below the belt line. Good left hook launched and landed upstairs by Changalawe. But a point deduction on the card now of Changalawe. Good right hand driven in by Kushitashvili, turning right uppercuts underneath. The first one found a home, grazing the chin of Changalawe. Changalawe swinging a left hook while pinned near his own corner. You have to credit the man from Tanzania for seeking to change things up as comprehensively as he sought to do here in round number 4, but he's been docked a point for repeated low blows. Good left hook downstairs from Kushitashvili. Repeated low blows as he changed his approach and repeatedly hunted the body of the 2-time World Championship bronze medalist.
Когда серийно работаешь узко, все идет. Вся работа, которую ты узко бьешь, не хочешь вложиться, она все заходит.
Some of the action from round number 4. Changalawe walked out of his corner to begin the 4th round, and while the sound of the bell was still ringing in the arena, he launched a left hook to the body. He kept that attack going, but so intent was he on landing to the torso of Kushitashvili that he repeatedly strayed low, inadvertently probably, but low nonetheless, and the referee, Dmitry Boldriev, docking a point for repeated infringements in that regard. A bit of swelling perhaps appearing on the right eye of Kushitashvili as we move into the second half of the light heavyweight contest scheduled for 8. Kushitashvili appearing between hands that are held high, seeking to walk down Changalawe, keeping pinned near the strands. Good right hand landed downstairs from Kushitashvili. Left hook just managed to get behind the right glove of Kushitashvili from Changalawe. Now to left hook Counterintuitively got there first before the attempted lead-off shot from Changalawe. Effective crisp counter-punching from Kushitashvili. And doubling up the hook down to the body, and I think that has hurt Changalawe. He clamped his right elbow to his flank and then started intimating to the referee, Mr. Dmitry Boldriev, that he was hurt to the back of the head by a rabbit punch. And now he's on his bike. Kushitashvili scores with a thrusting right cross just above the belt line. Changalawe still feeling the effects of that body shot that caused him to clamp his right elbow to his side. See that he's up on the back foot now, completely different posture to the front foot pressure he was seeking to apply in the third round.
Step back.
Spent any time in the boxing ring, the pain of a body shot is something that can take a while to dissipate, and it's been, oh my goodness, the left hook downstairs once again. Surely looked to bring about leaden-footed movement from Changalawe, but he bravely bites down, seeks to swarm his way forwards once more, but he's been picked off repeatedly by right crosses. That one dipped his knees and caused him to totter backwards across the boxing ring. He's trying to bob and weave in the neutral corner, but these are really difficult moments being endured by Yusuf Changalawe. Repeated right hands, disrupting the man's boxing stance, tries to claim Kushitashvili around the waist, the referee intervening to prise the two men apart. So all of Changalawe's experience and commitment being put to the test here. There's another power driving right cross, two in quick succession. It's the rope that is holding him up, and he finally slumps down the corner post of his own corner to be deposited on the canvas in the fifth round. And I'm not sure he has got the energy or the wherewithal to beat the count. Looked into the eyes of the referee, Mr. Dmitry Boldriev, as the 10 count was being told. But I think all of the resistance, energy and ambition was punched out of Yusuf Changalawe during the course of that unrelenting fifth round onslaught launched by Giorgi Kushitashvili. A very good contest indeed, but Kushitashvili's spearing right cross landing right at the end of his range. That was the shot that caused Changalawe to go tottering backwards across the boxing ring. And these the final moments of what proved to be the denouement. Repeated right hands crashing home. Changalawe finding himself in that really difficult position of not having the energy or the coordination to raise his hands in defense. And he was overwhelmed and bludgeoned down through the canvas by the non-stop two-fisted attacks of Giorgi Kushitashvili. So Kushitashvili remaining undefeated in the professional ranks, here adding a win on the IBA.PRO stage to the one that he earned in Dubai in 2024. He just dabbled in the conventional professional ranks in 2021 and 2022. While Yusuf Changalawe played his part in what was a terrific contest filled with two-way action. I don't think he won a round, but he was always in there competing, pitching, and it made for a fantastically entertaining and competitive affair. He was doctor point in the fourth round for a low blow, and then in the fifth round, as we entered the second half of the contest, Kushitashvili came out behind high-held gloves, walked his man down repeatedly, and let accurate straight punches go, and it was the right cross that really did put Changalawe into some difficulty. And once he saw that he had his man going, while Kushitashvili was relentless. Thankfully, Changalawe appears to be okay. But again, when you consider the three-round credentials of both of these boxers, back-to-back bronze medals on the World Championship stage for Kushitashvili, repeated continental bronzes for Changalawe, and here they are meeting over 8 3-minute rounds. Terrific level demonstrated by both of these boxers here at IBA.PRO 15.
Рефери поединка Дмитрий Болдев объявил остановку боя через 2 минуты и 35 секунд пятого раунда. Одержал победу нокаутом и продолжает оставаться не знающим поражений Giorgi Kushitashvili, Грузия.
So Giorgi Kushitashvili, a KO victor in round number 5 against the incredibly spirited, competitive and game Yusuf Changalawe. The All-Africa Games bronze medalist.
Всех приветствую, друзья. Всем спасибо, кто пришел поболеть. Моей команде спасибо. Я хочу сделать обращение к Шарабудину Атаеву. Он себя превозносит, говоря, что у него там какие-то сапоги, вездеходы там непонятные. Я тебя вызываю на бой, соглашайся. Я общался еще и даже с твоим менеджером, и он мне говорит, дойди до него, куда доходить? Я тебя 2 раза выиграл, 3-й бой тоже, я считаю, что я выиграл. Как минимум спорный бой, и ты должен выйти и доказать, что ты лучше, а не бегать и говорить, дойди до меня. Умар Назарович, я вас прошу, организуйте нам этот бой. И посмотрим, кто лучше. Я считаю, что он должен принять этот бой, если он настоящий горец. Принимай бой, выходи и все выясним здесь в ринге. А так, всем добра, всей республике Бурятии, Валерию Пурбуевичу Доржиеву, всем, кто мне помогает, моей команде, моей Грузии, Сахартвелос Гаумарджос. Да, спасибо, Али, вам спасибо. Друзья, спасибо за внимание.
Giorgi, ночной кошмар, Kushitashvili.
So Giorgi Kushitashvili engaging with the crowd here at the KSK Arena in St. Petersburg after scoring a 5th round knockout against Yusuf Changalawe. Prior to the stoppage, my goodness, what an entertaining and competitive encounter we witnessed in this light heavyweight bout. Kushitashvili always getting the better for my money of what were torrid two-way exchanges. A discernible change of tactics implemented by Yusuf Changalawe in the 4th, when he almost exclusively went body hunting, but in doing so he was docked a point for repeated low blows. He had his own successes, but the repeated backhands in the 5th round in the form of ramrod right crosses really did make Yusuf Changalawe uncomfortable. In the end, he found himself pinned in his own corner, and the shots continued to rain home on what was a wide open and unprotected chin. But it was a spirited effort beforehand from Yusuf Changalawe. He simply couldn't avoid or evade the repeated right crosses that came thundering in of the back-to-back World Championship bronze medalist Giorgi Kushitashvili of Tbilisi in Georgia. Cracking contest, at 5 bouts down, 4 contests remaining. We're scheduled to have a break here in proceedings before the next section of the card begins. It's been terrific two-way action all the way. We have yet to make it to the final bell in the 5 contests that we've had tested here on IBA.PRO. There was the final flurry that set Changalawe down to the floor, unable to beat the referee's count. Fans of all ages enjoying the fight action here at the KSK Arena.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, Inline IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию бои основного карда, первый из которых 6-раундовый поединок по версии IBA.PRO в среднем весе. Супервайзер Максим Чертаковцев. Судьи у ринга Ираклий Малазоний, Сергей Летунов и Геннадий Мартиросян. И с ударом гонга рефери Сергей Журкин. Добро пожаловать в ринг из Армении по прозвищу воин Vakhtang Harutyunyan.
So into the arena is Armenia's Vakhtang Harutyunyan, 25 years of age. He's the man from Banadzor in Armenia. Experienced professional, bringing 5 fights of experience into the boxing ring. Lost last time out in February of last year, but 4 wins prior to that, all of them coming inside the distance. Competed at the 2025 IBA World Championships in Dubai, losing in the round of 16 to the number 16.
Палач. Встречайте, Nikita, the Executioner, Kuzmin.
Well, behind that mask is Nikita Kuzmin, nicknamed the Executioner. Undefeated in the professional ranks, 7 wins out of 7, with 3 of them coming inside the distance. His last fight in the pro ring coming in June of 2025. Fought on IBA.PRO 10 right here in St. Petersburg in October of last year and produced a great dominant display where he controlled the distance.
Представляю вам соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 25 лет, рост 182 сантиметра, вес 74,6 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 4 победы и только 1 поражение. Все победы одержаны нокаутом. Призер чемпионата Европы среди боксеров 18-22 года, представляющий Vanadzor, Армения. Потом Vakhtang, воин Harutyunyan. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 29 лет, его рост 180 сантиметров, вес 74 килограмма ровно. Его прекрасный профессиональный рекорд 7 побед, включая 3 победы нокаутом и ни единого поражения. Дамы и господа, он призер чемпионата России, чемпион России среди вооруженных сил Российской Федерации и 4-кратный чемпион Санкт-Петербурга. Дамы и господа, из города на Неве, Россия, не знающий поражений, Nikita, the Executioner, Kuzmin.
Удачи. Стоп. Голову выше, ниже пояса, не бить, не держать. Слушайте, выполнять команду. Удачи.
So a quick look at the tail of the tape between these 2 boxers. We are underway. Contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. 2 boxers from Russia and Armenia. The southpaw wearing the white, trimmed with red and grey. Nikita Kuzmin, 29 years of age, from right here in St. Petersburg. The shot that he's been using is a really prominent one in his armory. That southpaw stabbing right jab to the body. And tucking up behind high-held gloves, Vakhtang Harutyunyan, 25 years of age, from Armenia. Harutyunyan, again, losing to the number 6 seed in recent IBA World Championships in Dubai, as he scores with a nice counter left jab in response to the southpaw right thrusted out by Nikita Kuzmin. Within Erkan Boeth, who got the better of Harutyunyan in the round of 16. So back here competing as a professional. Took not too far away from Kuzmin. Right hand turned underneath in response from Harutyunyan. Double jab, right cross. Backs up Kuzmin, but then Kuzmin walks his way back into the breach and scores effectively, ending his combination with a left hook to the body out of that southpaw stance. There's another stab jab downstairs from Kuzmin.
Vakhtang, не держим, не держим. Не держим, Vakhtang. Брик!
So thought about letting the right hand go with Harutyunyan, but didn't commit to the shot. Some running repairs required to the bootstraps of Kuzmin. Kuzmin, such a composed operator, always seeking to get over that front foot, apply pressure. Here he takes a flicking jab just above the belt line from Harutyunyan. Kuzmin continuing to work the body effectively with a good variety of punches. Big swing and a miss with the lead left hook from Harutyunyan. First round in the book. Some of the action from the opening round.
Тайм. В угол встань, в угол, в угол. Vakhtang, не держи. Бокс.
So moving to round number 2. Kuzmin looking to pick up the pace at the start of this second session, but he's met by a flailing combination from Harutyunyan. Both men fighting for that prime piece of real estate at center ring.
Никит, не держим, Никит.
Counter left hook was the final shot of the exchange from Harutyunyan, then a right cross to the body.
Stop!
Clear case of hitting on the break from Sergey Kuzmin, from Nikita Kuzmin.
Не разговаривай. Бокс.
Thankfully no harm done, and the action resumes after that brief touch of gloves. Activity and accuracy on the resumption from Kuzmin.
Не держим. Никит, не держим. Брик!
Now Kuzmin adopting the half cover guard, walking to a shot that threatened to stray into rabbit punch territory from Harutyunyan. Double left hook attempted from Harutyunyan before bringing the right cross into play, but nice movement in the pockets behind that half cover guard from Kuzmin.
Никита, руки не
Keep his
просовывай.
head out of harm's way. Two men just circling one another atop the logo at center ring. There's a beautiful bolo shot whipped into the body from Harutyunyan. Getting to work behind a flicking left jab. The flailing right cross which followed was inaccurate. But just his activity can sometimes be enough to prevent Kuzmin from continuing to apply pressure. But out of that half-cover guard, Kuzmin was effective before tucking up like a turtle behind high-held gloves and forearms. Good left cross to the body from Kuzmin. Nice counter right hand to the body once again. Kuzmin saying that the shot was low. That's what the third man in the ring is there for, to be the arbiter of such things. Nice cluster of punches ending with that left hook to the body from Kuzmin. Harutyunyan breathing through a mouth that's open. His punches have had this flailing quality right from the opening bell. This is how he goes about his craft. He goes for three-round and professional format, and such was his momentum on that shot that it caused him to pirouette. He was inaccurate with the punch that he launched.
Подержи вот здесь на груди. Да, все правильно. Пока опасно. Ну ты видишь все. Ты вот
Well, changing approach from Harutyunyan during the course of that round. He appeared to be far more keen to hold his feet and not retreat and be backed up to the ropes. Still, wide variety being demonstrated by Nikita Kuzmin during the course of that second round.
Time. Box.
So we're moving to round number 3. Kuzmin, probably the busier of the two boxers, but Harutyunyan very much in this as he looks for a counter bolo shot to the body once again with that backhand, and he's used that punch effectively. Kuzmin scores with an authoritative right jab where he pushed off the back foot, but then sneaking in these whipping punches from unexpected angles out of his orthodox stance is Harutyunyan. Very difficult to prepare for an opponent who goes about his craft in this type of manner. Now just checking his right eyebrow is Harutyunyan. He sustained a cut. Kuzmin seeking to get forwards. Two men stepping on the feet of one another. Often happens in a clash between orthodox and southpaw boxers. And there is indeed a cut to the right eye of Harutyunyan. Having to deal with that adversity now. No indication from the referee, Sergey, as to whether it was caused by a cut, but my instinct is that it was caused by an accidental clash of heads. So, if we can keep an eye on the referee, and that is a significant injury as well. So the doctor, suspecting that injury, will determine. Well, the universal utterance. If you're a fan of the sweet science, boxing can continue. Will that increase the urgency in the work of Vakhtang Harutyunyan, having sustained that cut here in round number 3? And that has encouraged Kuzmin, because he knows that his opponent has got not only Kuzmin to deal with, but also the adversity and inconvenience of that significant injury. And judging by where that cut appears to be, it could well render him an unsighted boxer from that flank. Just make it back to his own black corner so that it can be treated in between rounds, but Kuzmin keen to continue to apply the pressure. Nice right cross landed by Harutyunyan, but the doctor is going to have to be called upon once again because the flow of blood hasn't abated despite the doctor's intervention last time. Adrenaline solution, 1 in 1,000 that's permitted to be used in the corner. To try to staunch the flow of blood. Again, Kuzmin immediately onto the front foot, looking to score to the body. Harutyunyan looking to counter with his own backhand against the advancing southpaw. Bringing the left hook into play. Kuzmin made to miss with the chopping overhand left, and now real problems here for Harutyunyan because he was complaining that he was hit below the belt. Shot appeared to be around the belt line. He visibly backed off. He pointed downstairs to the referee. Now he's mugging and posturing, just perhaps trying to buy some time, but the sound of the bell coming not a moment too soon from Harutyunyan's perspective, because now the corner will have to get to work furiously on that cut right eye that was sustained by a clash of heads in the third round. Well, that was where the clash of heads occurred. Now watch the right glove. We didn't see the in the replay, but that's where the clash of heads occurred, and immediately he reached for his right eye. Did Harutyunyan. Boxers instinctively know when they sustained an injury, and then you would have felt that sensation on his face of the blood trickling down. This is where he was mugging and posturing just to try and keep Nikita Kuzmin off him as we move into the second half of the contest.
Box.
3 rounds completed, a potential 3 rounds remain in this contest between Nikita Kuzmin and Vakhtang Harutyunyan. Being competitive, for what it's worth, I happen to think that it's Kuzmin who is doing the better work. Clean up, not just from an aesthetic point of view or a preference point of view. I think he's landed the greater number of scoring punches as well. Harutyunyan has had successes, but you see he's launching that speculative left hook from around his belt line. That's the manner in which he goes about his craft. And he competed in the 2022 European Championships for the under-22 category. There he lands a launching right cross from around his kneecap from practically the other side of the ring, and then countering with a right uppercut and left hook, his loose limb style against the compact front foot pressure of the southpaw from St. Petersburg, Nikita Kuzmin. Again, just beginning to find his flow. And if you are a boxer like Nikita Kuzmin, who is raised on the tenets of the coaching manual, hands held high, bobbing and moving. There he's adopting the half cover guard. Beautiful burst of punches to the body before coming upstairs to end the combination with a right hook. And even though I suggest that he is very much an aficionado of the textbook approach to boxing, you see him in training, he actually has some pretty unconventional methods. Likes to train blindfolded on the double end bag or the speed ball, just in a bid to feel the rhythm, feel the distance when working with those tools that sharpen speed and reflex and rhythm in the gym. Here he's bobbing and weaving, trying to tuck his chin behind his shoulder out of that Philly shell defense. Rendered the punches of Harutyunyan inaccurate. Harutyunyan deserves credit for the manner in which he's competing here. Has had some pot shot successes of his own. Walking forward, trying to slip and slide to take something off the punches before coming back with more shots from unorthodox, unexpected angles out of his conventional stance. Good work to both body and head from Kuzmin once again. Harutyunyan just trying to free his hands and launch a speculative left on the disengagement. Some of the action from round number 4. Kuzmin to score with that scything hook. And then some of the flashing punches flung in the direction of Kuzmin, and that was a wonderful two-shot combination ended by that right cross. The chopping southpaw left hook landed on the inside from Kuzmin.
Stop.
Both boxers answer the bell to begin round number 5. Corner have done a good job stemming the flow of blood after Vakhtang Harutyunyan sustained a cut right eye after a clash of heads in round number 3. Kuzmin continuing to keep his shape very effectively indeed in the face of this unconventional approach to the noble art being exhibited by Harutyunyan. And again, this is how he goes about his craft, how he's most comfortable. Sometimes boxers who operate in this fashion, stating it's binary, to suggest it's binary would be overstating it, but when it comes off, when it works, it can be incredibly eye-catching and indeed effective, but when it's inaccurate, it can leave them looking rather crude at times. The lead left hook was off the mark. There's a scoring left jab from Harutyunyan, and then a corkscrew left hand which snaps Kuzmin's head back. He keeps his composure, spins counterclockwise to his right, and ends his two-shot combination with a good right hand to the body.
Nikita, не держим, не держим.
Physical on the inside, and the heads rubbing together vigorously at close range. Good work to both body and head from Kuzmin as Harutyunyan spoken to about his responsibility to keep his head up. Nice left hand from Harutyunyan, celebrated by a cheeky poke out of his tongue. Nice left hand from Harutyunyan, followed by a stiff right cross. Kuzmin keeping his composure before coming back with two withering body shots that have really hurt Harutyunyan. He's trying his best to slip and slide, but you see where his arms were. They were protecting his torso. For all it was worth, after absorbing that two-shot body attack, and I don't think he's recovered from this yet. Rooted to the canvas, gamely trying to fight his way off the ropes. But the body shot combination appeared to really make life uncomfortable for Harutyunyan. Clamped his forearms around his abdomen, just thought to bob and weave away from the incoming fire from Kuzmin. Looking for angles for his punches is Kuzmin. Disengaging is Harutyunyan, playing possum in the corner. Fires a right hand, first a bolo shot, uppercut, and then a right cross. Knowing that the 10-second clapper has sounded, Kuzmin electing to turn his back before the bell to conclude round number 5 and make his way back across the ring to his own gold corner. Very good round indeed produced by Nikita Kuzmin. The real discomfort endured by Harutyunyan after absorbing those body shots. Heads coming together again. It's been a real issue in this contest between Orthodox and Southpaw. Both men coming in with their head down, and there was the body attack, and then look at the response it brought about from Harutyunyan. Covering his torso with his gloves and forearms, and then looking to slip and slide away from the incoming fire, but not for anything did he pick up his hands in a bid to protect his head, leave his vulnerable body open to further punishment. So into the 6th and final round then. Surely Nikita Kuzmin leading by a considerable distance on the scorecard. Kushitashvili going to require a stoppage victory there. He's digging in a right hand, first body, then head, following it up with a two-shot combination upstairs. The punches that were altogether straighter Credit to Harutyunyan fighting and competing in a manner that he's demonstrating here, because he was really hurt downstairs to the body. Three-shot combination, left, right, left. And most of the punches just a little inaccurate. Not landing with full purchase. But again, knows that he needs a massive round here, and he's going in search of it. For that, he deserves immense credit, because his competitive desire hasn't dimmed in any way, shape or form, despite being hurt in the 5th round to the body, and probably, at least from my perspective, having been outboxed for the majority of this contest. But he's still in there, letting Kuzmin know that he is in a fight. Kuzmin hasn't had it all his own way. It's been a physical contest with the heads between the southpaw and orthodox boxer have clashed on repeated occasions, one of those clashes resulting in a significant cut to the right eye of Harutyunyan in the 3rd round. Harutyunyan to keep his wits about him and continue to box from a confined position near the ropes. Blistering forward march once again from Kuzmin, pushed over to the canvas by Harutyunyan. Harutyunyan trying to protect that body. Kuzmin perhaps sensing a vulnerability when he works the way downstairs, coming from the man from Armenia. So he's going in search of it once again. But credit to Harutyunyan. Beautiful pot shot right cross scored by him. But the greater volume, the greater variety demonstrated by Nikita Kuzmin. Unable to get a stoppage victory on this occasion, but a very commanding victory of no doubt being earned by Nikita Kuzmin in front of his adoring home fans here in St. Petersburg. The man from right here in Russia's cultural capital, producing a very good display indeed. Kuzmin Massive are in the house. In just a few moments' time, their man is going to be declared as a unanimous point decision victor. First time we've heard the final bell here at IBA.PRO 15. The 5 contests all ended inside the distance, but that is testament to this man's toughness. Vakhtang Harutyunyan, during some really difficult moments, particularly in round number 5 when he was hurt to the body, sustained a significant cut to his right eye after a clash of heads in round number 3. The doctor signaled that he was okay to continue. The corner did a very good job indeed in staunching the flow of blood and ensuring that it didn't impair his vision or his ability to compete in rounds 4, 5 and 6. Nikita Kuzmin, another point victory here in his hometown. Very nice to see that sportsmanship between the 2 boxers. So with Kuzmin finally freeing himself from his gloves, now get the official verdict at the conclusion of that contest.
Итак, дамы и господа, по завершении 6-раундового боя единогласным решением судей одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений Никита Палач Кузьмин! Санкт-Петербург, Россия.
So the executioner, Nikita Kuzmin, a unanimous point decision victor over Vakhtang Harutyunyan, the man from Armenia, putting forth a spirited effort with his loose-limbed, free-flowing offense, but was outworked for the majority of the contest but showed real toughness to stay in there and continue to compete in the manner that he did. Sustaining that cut right eye in the third, visibly hurt downstairs in the fifth. This was anything but a survival mission. He really did go for it. He appeared to beat the man in the mask. Kuzmin, the executioner, boxing his way to a unanimous point decision victory here at the KSK Arena in his home city.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, все ближе и ближе два главных поединка вечера. А сейчас, вашему вниманию, восьмираундовый бой в легком весе. И первым в ринг. Добро пожаловать, боксер из Казахстана. Встречайте, Nurtas Azhbenov!
So into the arena steps Nurtas Azhbenov, man from Kazakhstan, 31 years of age, a 15-fight professional, 14 wins, 1 solitary loss, 14 victories, 4 of them coming inside the distance. Made his pro debut back in October of 2018, last in the ring, February of last year in the professional ranks, but he's no stranger on the stage of IBA professional boxing. That's where I first saw him, in Baku, Azerbaijan in September 2024.
Встречаем его соперника в золотом углу из России, Илья.
Terrific, skilled operator. And that is exactly what he will be facing in the man coming out of the other corner, because into the arena is Iliya Popov. He's got a perfect ledger in the professional ranks, but more recently, he finally secured a World Championship gold medal, winning 6 contests out of 6 at the tennis center in Dubai, that open-air tennis arena, to win his first senior World Championship gold at 63.5 kilograms. And that fulfilling of his championship destiny, because as a youth, this man won everything there was to win. I was ringside in Nanjing in 2014 to see him take youth Olympic gold.
Боксер в черном углу. Ему 31 год. Его рост
Thought that it was going to be almost a formality that he would transition into the senior ranks with a title. It's taken some time to arrive there. He's finally done it in the most recent edition in Dubai.
Дамы и господа, он чемпион мира UBO 2023, чемпион Азии WBC 2023 года и чемпион Казахстана среди профессионалов 2025 года из Ozdoev, Казахстан. Приветствуйте, Nurtas Azhbenov! А вот и его соперник в золотом углу ринга. Боксеру 25 лет, его рост 177 сантиметров, вес 61,2 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 3 победы, ни одного поражения, 1 победа одержана нокаутом. Чемпион мира 2025, чемпион игр стран БРИКС 2024 и чемпион России 2024 и 2025. Из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, доселе непобежденный Iliya Popov! Рефери поединка Ираклий Малазония.
Соблюдайте правила, внимательно слушайте команды. Пожмите руку. Удачи.
So a quick look at the tail of the tape. Each man weighing in, bang on the 61.2 kilogram limit. What a contest we have in store here between two incredibly skillful southpaws, scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. It's made at the 61.2 kilogram, 135-pound lightweight limit. It's between boxers from Kazakhstan and Russia. The southpaw wearing the black trimmed with gold, fighting out of the black corner, is Nurtas Azhbenov. Very skillful out of that southpaw stance. 15 fights into his professional career, 14 wins, 4 inside the distance, 1 solitary loss. And out of that southpaw stance, when I've commentated on him previously, he just likes to take little half steps, particularly to his right, and then will go in search of bent-arm punches through the middle and around the corner. The man operating out of the southpaw stance wearing the white trunks trimmed with red and silver is Iliya Popov, the reigning IBA world champion over the 3-round format. Something of a boxing prodigy, given his prolific success as a youth boxer, taking that youth Olympic gold in the 2nd edition in Nanjing in 2014. And everybody thought it was just a matter of time before he ascended to the top of the world in the senior ranks, particularly when it took the estimable Andy Cruz to beat him at the quarterfinals of the 2019 World Championships at the edition in Yekaterinburg. But like the little engine that could, he kept on going, and in a contest that started in a round of 64, he won 6 contests out of 6. And if you want to see what fulfilling a lifetime's ambition looks like, epitomized and illustrated for an athlete, for a boxer, well, I urge you to get onto the web and dig out his gold medal victory from the tennis center in Dubai at the back end of last year. Because when he was declared the victor over the man from Kyrgyzstan, Levaza, well, it was a battle cry that was just laden with so many layers of emotion, so many years of effort, so much ambition, all fulfilled in the announcement that declared him as the victor and the world champion and gold medalist at the edition in Dubai last December. And also the not inconsiderable sum of $300,000 prize money for those that top the podium.
Okay. Max.
It's been a rather measured start by both boxers in this all-southpaw affair through the first 3 minutes. Arcing left hand lands over the top from Popov. A nice touch of gloves between these two skillful operators to conclude the first round. So look at some of the action from the opening round. And here's an example of the accurate punch picking just in the armory of Azhbenov. Altogether more forceful overhand left out of the southpaw stance in the closing stages of the round from Popov. But Azhbenov has the ability to find gaps in his opponent's opening, his defenses, and just score with nudging shots. So we move into the second round then. Nurtas Azhbenov, as well as competing on the IBA Champions Night and IBA.PRO stages, because after that IBA Champions Night debut in the Azerbaijan capital of Baku, where I had the privilege of being ringside to commentate on that, he was dropped in the 5th round by a blistering body attack from Gabriel Mamedov. On the 10-second clapper of the 5th round, was dropped in his own black corner, got back to his feet and competed spiritedly thereafter in round number 6. He dropped a unanimous decision. He also lost in his second outing on the IBA Champions Night stage in April of last year. Against a man from Russia. Here he is competing against another Russian boxer, the accomplished man from right here in St. Petersburg, Iliya Popov. Also had the privilege of sharing 50 or 60 rounds in sparring, is what he estimates, with Shakur Stevenson ahead of his contest against the Payda. Iliya Popov, Shakur Stevenson, both claimed youth Olympic gold at the same edition in Nanjing. Again, the privilege of being ringside to commentate on that tournament. Shakur Stevenson went on to claim Olympic silver in his first and only senior game, outpointed by the outstanding Robespierre Ramirez, who claimed back-to-back Olympic golds, adding to the one that he won in London. But it was one of the best contests you could ever hope to see. And again, I would urge you to dig it out and take a look, because that was classic boxing between Shakur Stevenson and Robespierre Ramirez, as Popov gets through with a good left cross to the body, and just beginning to increase the speed on his rapier-like punches. But look at that left hand from the southpaw stance, sneak through the defenses of Popov from Azhbenov. Of course, Shakur Stevenson moved on from his sole Olympic appearance to become one of the very best boxers in the entire sport. Certainly in the conversation for among the very best pound for pound. Starting with an absolute masterclass against Teofimo Lopez. Exceeding natural size, the artistry and ring generalship that he demonstrated in the ring was notable indeed. Iliya Popov goes about his craft in a similar manner. He just made his man miss, but wasn't able to complete the fistic equation and make him pay. Azhbenov looking for shots on the underneath. Popov with the final shot of the round, a rapid-fire right jab.
Нормально ма? Aldın kolмен айда бар. Aldın kol onu şırttı bu. Сол кезде қолың үстіне түсінді. Сосын іштерден қарап өтіп жатыр. Өзің, прессинг өзің жаса. Сен жасасаң жасай алмайды. Оған жасатпа.
Into the third round of a contest that is scheduled for 8. Nice southpaw skills and evidence from both boxers as coming forward behind a double jab. It's Nurtas Azhbenov, countered immediately by Popov. Good variety being showcased on that lead right hand from Azhbenov. Just turning his palms up to the ring lights to turn them into hooks. Popov coming back with hooks of his own, his to the jaw, after Azhbenov had success down to the body. But this almost perfect illustration as to how Azhbenov likes to go about his work, very efficient with his movement, wastes very little. Snaking right jab, twists its way in between these defenses from Popov. Popov, completely different because he gives the appearance that he is a fast-twitch fighter. He's all angles and energy as he feints and shifts in the pocket. Whereas Azhbenov has that quality of, without seeming to be explosive, just has the rhythm and the flow and the timing to find a home for his shots. Very relaxed operator, very composed while in the pocket, and this invariably is where he likes to ply his trade. Looking to back up Popov now with his front foot pressure. Popov, nice movements in the pocket just to cause his man to miss, then a looping overhand southpaw left, just catching Popov on the target. Nice right jab from Popov. But he's very good at controlling the tempo, is Azhbenov. So efficient and economical with his movement. Here Popov trying to change angle, drops down nicely to the body before finishing with a flashing right hook to the jaw. There's a lead right hook out of the southpaw stance that catches Azhbenov. Azhbenov goes in search of his get back behind a speculative treble right jab, but didn't really find the range on any of them. Here he did step into range and land with a two-shot combination. Reflex and evidence from both boxers that they just traded misses in the closing stages of that third round.
Уважаемые болельщики, для вас отличные новости от титульного партнера вечера компании «Финла».
Валится вперед на тебя, обрати внимание. Сидит так, что ноги, что можно швырять ему сюда удар свой сильнейший, с левой руки. Поддавай под это, ты пусть суется, бей. Только бей прямой, узкий, прям узкий удар. Понял, да? Закрываем бой сразу, он просится.
An example of the rapid fire bent arm hooks landed by Popov. He's coming back almost inevitably with nudging shots of his own is Azhbenov. Again, he picked that shot with particular effectiveness as Azhbenov, as Popov. Overhand southpaw left. Seems to be finding a home on the target against Nurtas Azhbenov. So moving to the fourth round. I mentioned the fact that Nurtas Azhbenov made his pro debut back in 2018. First 5 fights were actually in the United Kingdom, in England. Fighting at the venerable York Hall in Bethnal Green, for having his fourth fight in Cardiff, then boxing up in Newcastle. Then settled into life boxing in Kazakhstan, where he fought 9 times. His 9th contest, though, was in Dubai. So well-travelled operator. As I mentioned previously, his IBA Champions Night affairs have been right here in Russia, and his debut coming in Baku, Azerbaijan. Very much in this contest. I'm not sure he's doing enough to win the contest, but it's certainly competitive. Popov edging speed and perhaps greater pop on his punches. My money giving him the edge through 3 completed rounds. But of course it's going to be down to the verdict of the 3 scoring judges in the event that we go the 8-round distance, and they may have a different perspective. Perhaps mindful of that now, Azhbenov is trying to get over that front foot. to apply a little more pressure behind his quick clusters against Popov. But Popov sitting down on that lead right hook, then he dropped it down to the body and scored beautifully with it behind the left elbow of Azhbenov. Azhbenov remaining busy with his quick-fisted combinations. Altogether heavier artillery being slammed home by Popov, as he scored with two solid hooks to the body. Nice jabs exchanged. It was to the body from Azhbenov before a right jab upstairs from Popov before Azhbenov came back with the final word, only to be met by the counters being countered by Popov. So not quite you go, I go, but it's high skill being exhibited here. I think Popov's apparent edge in speed and power, perhaps significant factors so far in a contest that I've got him leading. But again, nothing wrong with the competitive spirit, skill set or shot selection of Azhbenov, because he's always in there competing. Popov will know that he's in a thinking contest here, and at the halfway stage he is very competitive indeed. I happen to think that Popov is doing enough at the halfway stage. Popov will know that he's got a determined
Контролишь его. Чаще с левой через руку закрываем правый боковой. Хорошее повторное действие делал. Начинаем темно, начинаем его грузить. Прямо прибавлять начинаем, грузить. Держи, отличный раунд.
Строгая защита, да, добавляй повторы. Физические моменты, добавляй повторы.
Здорово. Также защита строгая. Начинаем накатывать на него. Начинаем потихонечку. Бей на опережение, сам чуть-чуть налево сядь, он прямо тянется, и опережает
This is an
его.
example of the attempted counter-punching from Azhbenov.
10 секунд, Гапа.
Making the other miss by millimeters before rapid-fire right jab snapped into the face of Azhbenov from Popov. So 4 rounds completed, a potential 4 rounds to go. What has been a lightweight contest of high skill so far. Popov's gold medal coming in 63.5 kilograms at light welterweight, but this one made at the old 135-pound lightweight limit, 61.2 kilograms. So he's come down a little bit in terms of weight from his triumph in Dubai at the back end of last year. Just holding his feet a little more now, looking to circle his opponent rather than allowing Azhbenov to push him backwards. Again, Azhbenov just reaching through and touching Popov with that southpaw left. Really the terrific quality. There's no tell on his punches whatsoever. No flinching of or twitching of the shoulder. No clenching of the jaw. Even though he doesn't seem to put much velocity on them, as he sustained a cut to the bridge of his nose. Whether that came from a clash of heads. He's got the ability to find a home for his shot. Very correct, very calm while operating in the pocket. Oh, that's a beautiful right hook which came behind the left hand and followed by 2 quick fire left crosses in succession from Popov. Good portion of the round for him, but no change in expression or body language from Azhbenov. That can be sometimes a little disconcerting. Hit a man, hit an opponent with your best punches, and there's not a flicker of emotion from them, and they stay right there in front of you and continue their forward march. But Popov, he keeping his mind on the job and not betraying any frustration, if indeed he did sense it, because he just had another good portion of the round with his successful combination punching, and that is a cracking right jab coming on an upward trajectory from Popov. But again, like the competitive that he is, Azhbenov answering immediately. Nice jab to the body from Azhbenov. I think the referee felt that was low. cross over the top attempted from Popov, followed by an altogether more accurate right jab. Nice flip of the shot to his right before coming back with more straight shot successes of his own with that lead hand. Left cross success after making Azhbenov miss from Popov. Exchange of shots there during that coming together. But overall, that is a really strong second half of the round produced by Iliya Popov. Enjoying pot shot successes. Azhbenov did reply. Punches were placed rather than snapped in the manner of Popov, and I think the greater volume and the greater authority on the shots from the Russian boxer enough to give him that round. Some of the action from round number 5, and again it's Iliya Popov who is putting his punches together very effectively indeed, setting up so much off his lead right stick. We're going to the 6th. Azhbenov needs some massive rounds here. Of course, in this beautiful sport of boxing, there always is the opportunity to take your man out inside the distance and render the judges' scorecards completely irrelevant. Just 4 inside the distance victories on the professional ledger in his 14 wins of Nurtas Azhbenov against a boxer as responsible defensively and tough as Iliya Popov would be, against all probability for an inside the distance victory to be fashioned by Azhbenov with his 29% KO ratio. But of course, as the great Nazim Hamed, whose story was recently put on a silver screen, the cinematic film giant, anybody can be knocked out. I think Naz used to say just 2.5 pounds of pressure on the chin is enough to turn out somebody's life. But the deeper we go into this contest, the more Azhbenov may find himself requiring an inside the distance victory unless he can do something drastically different here in the remaining 2.5 rounds. He's a lovely boxer. Delightful punch pickup, as evidenced there, but then look at the response from Popov. So can Azhbenov pick up the pace? Can he do anything to make Popov uncomfortable and take him out of his desired game plan? Beautiful right hook followed by 2 piston straight right jabs from Popov. Using that lead right hand beautifully, but as I say that, look at that double jab in between the defenses. Free flowing, sharp right jab from Azhbenov. Nice head movement in the pocket from Azhbenov. Search for left uppercut, but couldn't find the range. Wonderful skill in evidence here as we approach the 10-second clapper of this 6th round. I just feel it's going to be increasingly difficult for Azhbenov to get a W boxing at the tempo and in the tenor that he is, but of course equally it's going to be very difficult to try and change things. For this classic contest between out-and-out boxers here, and it's Popov who is getting the better of it for my money. So to ask Azhbenov to suddenly take more risks and almost box with reckless abandon, the
Можно более аккуратно, но поагрессивнее. Расковать, двинуть повторный действие, пробил еще раз, и беги еще раз, поагрессивнее. Он уже в формате до хождения. Понятно, да? Поагрессивнее.
Меняю ритм, идет скоростные действия, скоростные комбинации. Раскрываю его.
Молодец, молодец.
Не сваливайся на одиночные удары. Добавляю.
10 секунд, капаю ему. Прибавляй, прибавляй сейчас, поувереннее.
Седьмой раунд.
So we move into the penultimate round. Yeah, Popov eating spiritedly, but they're just choosing to pick up the pace at Azhbenov's expense. Azhbenov in the contest, I just don't think he's doing enough to win the contest. Popov just appears to have something of an X factor about his work in terms of an edge in speed, but there a left uppercut, right hook not too far away from Azhbenov. He has competed in really determined fashion here. He's shown no little skill out of that southpaw stance as well. Has enjoyed some real successes with eye-catching shots, and again he just has that wonderful ability. He shows nice movement in the pocket to bend at the waist and weave away from the incoming punches from Popov. Going in search of hooks. Azhbenov looking to bring the lead right hook into play out of that southpaw stance. There he scores with a good left hand to the body. Azhbenov's corner encouraging him to come forward as he scored with a roundhouse southpaw left. Popov just electing to go walkabout. He presents very little opportunity. And invariably up around his chin. He's able to get them back to the on-guard position so rapidly. Punches practically travel out and come back at the same speed. So there's very little opportunity for an opponent to penetrate them with anything forceful. But testament to the skill being demonstrated by Azhbenov that he has scored consistently during the course of this contest, but look at the price he's made to pay. Two-shot combination followed by a southpaw left hand. And again, Popov just threatening to engage a higher gear here, and that bringing generous applause from these knowledgeable fans here, his hometown fans at the KSK Arena. As again, three-punch combination followed by a counter-attack to the body from Azhbenov. Damage to the bridge of the nose, just threatening to swell his eyes. Two boxers exchanging lead southpaw right jabs. Skill level remaining incredibly high with 3 minutes of boxing remaining here at the KSK Arena. But I think that it's the reigning IBA world champion Iliya Popov who's in a commanding position on the scorecard with 3 minutes of boxing left here in this lightweight contest.
Хорошо. Дайындап, мына қол шығар. Таңғы түсін. Финальный раунд возьмем. Раунд жасатса. Sorry. Честно?
Итак, заключительный 8-й раунд.
Sporting embrace exchange between the two boxers as we enter the 8th and final round of what has been a really skillful affair here. We have Popov and Nurtas and Azhbenov testing this bout in a terrific spirit. And Azhbenov has come out with greater urgency to begin this 8th and final round, because he must know, his corner must know that or sense that he's trailing in this contest. We don't have open scoring here, as we do on the IBA World Championship stage. But boxers of this experience will have an idea as to how they are faring in a contest. Nice right jab to the body, and then upstairs from Azhbenov, who has increased his punch output and increased the urgency with 3 minutes remaining in a bid to try and secure victory in what must be a position where he's trailing on the scorecard. But Popov responding with a straight, quick-fisted cluster of his own, straight punching, quick-fisted cluster of his own. Again, single jab downstairs, countered by a combination upstairs. Now I think there'll be a spot of trouble here for Nurtas and Azhbenov, because what I was considering good shots to the body have been ruled as low blows by Mr. Irakli Malazonia. So just as Yusuf Changalawe in bout number 5 tried to target the body in his bid to turn something around in his favor, but in doing so he strayed repeatedly low and was docked to point. The same fate has been suffered by Nurtas Azhbenov. A few moments ago, waving his gloves in the direction of Popov as if to say, okay, let's go, let's let it all hang out in the remaining minutes of this final round. And Popov, no problem in accommodating him in that regard, because he's standing his ground, and after he took a 2-shot combination upstairs, followed with a terrific right hook to the body, followed by a shot upstairs in his own combination. And that is why we are seeing trade-offs and two-way action of the highest order here in the final minute of this 8th round. Wonderful skill and evidence from both boxers right from the opening bell. And how about that for a southpaw left cross from Iliya Popov? Going in search of his own left crosses, but off the mark, because Popov is moving clockwise to his left, now moving counterclockwise to his right. Bit of a backhand flicked behind his back from Azhbenov, reminiscent of what Joe Calzaghe did in his masterclass against Jeff Lacey up in the Manchester Arena all those years ago. 10-second clapper sees both boxers punching right up until the final bell. A very good contest indeed, and Iliya Popov here on the IBA.PRO stage for the first time, having the privilege of competing in front of his hometown fans. Well, he absolutely delighted, because he's made the transition from the 3-round format of the IBA World Championship stage as recently as December at the back end of last year. And he has transitioned back to the pro format, where he's no stranger, but he's negotiated the 8-round distance very effectively indeed against a fellow skillful southpaw, Nurtas Azhbenov, playing his part in what was a wonderfully skillful affair over the 8 3-minute rounds. But for what it's worth, I don't think there's room for much doubt as to who is going to be declared the victor. But Iliya Popov always getting the better of the exchanges for my money. Just seems to have a little bit more of an X factor about his work in terms of the speed and zip pop that he was able to place onto his punches. But we have to wait the official verdict to make it official. But I think Iliya Popov has done enough to be declared a unanimous point decision victor here. But if the 3 scoring judges, will they see it the same way?
Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, прежде чем будет озвучен судейский вердикт, аплодисменты обоим бойцам. Итак, по завершении 8-раундового боя все 3 судей одинаково оценили поединок 80-71. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и остается не знающим поражения Илья Попов!
So Iliya Popov absolutely delighted at having been declared a unanimous point decision victor in front of his adoring hometown fans. Wonderful to see that sportsmanship between two skillful southpaws from the powerhouse IBA boxing nations of Russia and Kazakhstan. So much respect exhibited between the two, and the thinking and ringcraft that was in evidence from both really made this contest a joy to behold. Invariably within punching distance the whole time, Popov can now share his post-fight thoughts with his hometown fans.
Санкт-Петербург, 8-1-2. Спасибо вам, что вы приходите всегда, поддерживаете нас. Я во всех интервью говорю, что мне очень нравится боксировать в Санкт-Петербурге, так как это стал уже мой второй дом. Я здесь завел свою семью, поэтому смело могу сказать, что я боксирую дома. Спасибо вам. Я хочу расти именно в профи, проводить хорошие бои с такими оппонентами сильными, как сейчас. Вы видите, у меня 4-й профессиональный бой, но я принял вызов такого хорошего соперника и не отказался от этого боя. Поэтому у меня намерение заявить о себе и продолжать свою боксерскую карьеру именно в профи. Спасибо вам, спасибо моей команде, спасибо моей федерации, которые всегда поддерживают. От души всем.
Iliya Popov.
Спасибо.
Man showing wonderful temperament throughout that contest. So disciplined. Always remaining defensively responsible. Azhbenov did try to turn it up in the final round. Got to point for repeated low blows. A very good performance indeed by Iliya Popov. He declared a unanimous point decision victor.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте маскот IBA.PRO Горилла! Уважаемые дамы и господа, Финлайн IBA.PRO представляет вашему вниманию главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый бой за титул чемпиона WBA Азии во втором среднем весе. Добро пожаловать в ринг. Обладатель чемпионского пояса из Узбекистана по прозвищу «Храброе сердце» Улугбек Брейфхарт Сопиров.
So into the arena is Ulugбек Sabirov, man nicknamed Braveheart from Andijan in Uzbekistan. No stranger to fighting on IBA.PRO night stages. Very spirited competitor, withering body puncher. He 22-fight professional with a record of 17 wins, 10 inside the distance, and 5 defeats. He's mixed amongst the very best.
В ринг генеральный директор IBA.PRO
WBA Asia title.
Итак, добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга из России Владимир Мирончиков.
Well, Vladimir Mironchikov was born in Sapukov in Russia, but now actually resides in Belgrade. That's why you see that Serbian flag on his graphic as he makes his way to the boxing ring. He was ringside at the World Championships in Belgrade in Serbia at what was then the Stark Arena. It's now the Belgrade Arena when he boxed his way to the bronze medal podium. Outpointed by Robbie Gonzalez, who went on to take gold in one of the best contests you could ever hope to witness at the expense of the man from Belarus at 80-kilogram light heavyweight. But into the boxing ring ahead of this battle for the vacant
Дамы и
WBA
господа, только что
Asia
супервайзер
Continental
этого боя
at 76
внес корректировку в статус поединка. Титул WBA Азия вакантный. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-main event of the evening. 10 rounds of boxing for the WBA Asia Super Middleweight Championship. Представляю вам официальных лиц. Генеральный директор IBA.PRO Ал Сиеса. Супервайзер WBA Сергей Хурсанов. Судью ринга оценивают чемпионский поединок. Three judges at ringside scoring this championship bout. Ираклий Малазони, Дмитрий Болдырев и Илья Килунин. Судья хронометриста, таймкипер Татьяна Курсанова. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге. And well, the bell rings, your refereeing judge Sergey Литунов. Представляю вам соперников И первым боксера в черном углу. Introducing to first fighting out of the black corner. Бойцу 27 лет. Его рост 180 сантиметров, вес 75,5 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 17 побед, 5 поражений, 10 побед одержаны нокаутом. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 27 years old, standing 180 centimeters tall, weighing in 75.5 kilograms. His professional record, 17 victories, including 10 big wins coming by way of knockout and 5 defeats. Дамы и господа, чемпион Азии, чемпион Узбекистана, ladies and gentlemen, he's Asian champion and Uzbekistan national champion, из Андижана, Узбекистан, приветствуйте, Улугбек Брейфхард Сабиров. Его соперник в золотом углу. His opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner. Бойцу 27 лет. Его рост 185 сантиметров, вес 75,8 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 7 побед, ни одного поражения, 6 побед одержаны нокаутом. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 27 years old. He stands 185 centimeters tall, weighing in 75.8 kilograms. His professional record, 7 victories, including 6 big wins coming by way of knockout and no losses. Дамы и господа, он призер чемпионата мира, обладатель Кубка Европы. Ladies and gentlemen, he's world champion. Championship prize winner and European Cup honor. Из Серпухова, Россия, приветствуйте, не знающий поражений, the undefeated Vladimir Mironchikov.
Джентльмены, вы профессионалы, правила знаете, соблюдайте их в любой ситуации, защищайте себя. Пожмите руки, пора начинать, по углам.
Brief look at the tail of the tape between these two accomplished operators. Both of them weighing in inside the 76.2 kilogram limit. The contest we have in store here. So we're underway then. The vacant WBA Asia title on the line between two incredibly accomplished operators. Between boxers from Russia and Uzbekistan. Slightly taller figure wearing the white trimmed with silver and red. Vladimir Mironchikov, 27 years of age, born in Sapukov in Russia, competed for Russia until 2019. To give you an idea as to this man's ability, he was the 2019 Under-22 national champion. Again, you don't make it to the top spot of the Russian national championship podium unless you know your way around a boxing ring. The year before that, he was a silver medalist in the championships, losing to Gleb Bakshi in the gold medal bout. There he scored with a good right jab and, good right hand to the body and left jab to the sternum. His opponent wearing the black, launching a speculative left hook. Ulubek Sabirov, 17 and 5 in the professional ranks in his 22 fight ledger. 10 of them coming inside the distance. No stranger to appearing on IBA.PRO events. Again, because IBA.PRO bouts don't necessarily have to appear on a fighter's record if they choose for it not to do so. That is certainly the case with Sabirov, because he fought Pavel Sasulin in April 2024 in Ufa in Russia. I know because I commentated on it, but if you go looking at the record books, you'll find no trace of that contest, and that is part of the appeal, part of the beauty of IBA.PRO boxing, because it allows accomplished operators from the 3-round format to dip their toe and test as to whether they want to compete over longer formats without the best, and it won't necessarily be applied to a boxer's record if they choose for it not to do so. But that's an idea as to how accomplished and competitive Sabirov is. He's also been in a ring with Pavel Stolyagin, losing on unanimous verdict over 10. Dmitro Mitrofanov. You generally have to be that type of level to get the better of Ulubek Sabirov, who was long regarded as one of the best prospects coming out of Uzbekistan, the landlocked Central Asian nation. Mironchikov, now resident in the Serbian capital of Belgrade, actually competes for on the international stage, but he's amassed a perfect record of 7-0 since making his pro debut back in September 2020. His last in the ring in December of last year.
Друзья, внимание, наш титульный партнер компании Lima сегодня проводит розыгрыш призов. Проходите зону VIP.
Боковой повнимательнее, смотри, он вниз садится, сидит этот боковой. Внимательно, передний контролирует, чисто зажат, расслабься, сдвоенный спаренный удар.
Some of the action from the first round.
Смотри, изнутри,
Nice right hand down to the body from Mironchikov. Right hand over the top landed. Nice Zero.
Не выдирай, ну что? Ты на капках, капл забирай, сразу держу.
Передний, контролируй передний.
So moving to the second round of this contest that is scheduled for 10. Both men are really finding the range with their jab as they seek to set up your artillery. Nice jab down to the body from Sabirov. You know, he appears to be fractionally taller. Nice jab to the body from Mironchikov, because even though he appeared to be fractionally taller, Sabirov had real success with his jab upstairs, but look at that double jab, varying the height on it nicely. Mironchikov. Sabirov never too far away with his own counter lead left stick. There he looked for a left-right left hook, but couldn't quite find the range. Then both men intend to remain flat-footed in the ring center. Very efficient with their movement. Low-held guard being proffered by both men. Nice right hand over the top of the low-held left from Mironchikov. Beautiful use of the left hand once again. Started the attack with a jab to the body, trebled it up upstairs before looking to bring the backhand into play. Mironchikov couldn't quite find the ranges. Sabirov lands with a left jab to the body, countered by a left jab immediately upstairs. Sabirov digging away on the inside. Launching a booming backhand over the top. Sabirov, it was inaccurate. Look at the active lead left once again from Mironchikov. To turn a right hand underneath. 2 minutes to change gone in this second round. Counter left jab is wonderful once more from Mironchikov. Sabirov landing with a flashing right hand over the top, but then turning him a merry tango. Here's Mironchikov. Behind his man. Out of sight and out of punching, out of punching range. Wonderful left jab from both. Sabirov appears to be really stiff and authoritative. Popov is coming into contact with the ropes one of the few times in the contest. Swinging away with that overhand right. Here's Sabirov. Another high-tempo round of boxing. This battle for the vacant WBA Asia title.
Шаши до меня, на вас рост. На вас рост, покеримас.
Şap hoş git taşı vurursa. İki oyam gitti, udarı gittim.
Ha, aşı sal. Ne kare? Orduya vurma yapsa. Orduya boşuna sal. Yan git ki.
Both men competing just on the edge of range throughout. So that any mistake is likely to be countered immediately. Again, particularly with the lead left hand, but how about that for a counter right hand over the top from Mironchikov.
Round 3.
So we move into the third round of a contest that is scheduled for 10. Again, the activity from both of these super middleweights is notable indeed. Principle behind the lead left jab. Each man appears to have worked themselves into magnificent condition. Try and think and work an opening. Mirov dropping down to the body effectively.
Низ, когда уходит, провалил, подхват, низ удара.
Getting over that front foot now is Mironchikov. Back into the breach behind the 1-2. Sabirov. Beautiful right cross. Steep downward angle from Mironchikov, scoring just above the belt line of Sabirov. Sabirov tucked up behind his high-held gloves. Still snaking his gloves in between the defense of the Uzbek boxer is Mironchikov. Still active behind that lead left with Mironchikov, and another thrusting right cross to the left elbow of Sabirov. Educated use of the left hand from Sabirov, because the first one was a straight jab, then he just put a little bit of a curve on the second one to turn it into a long hook, but look at the response it brings about from Mironchikov, driving his man back towards the corner, going in search of his potent right cross. Rounds completed. The schedule 10 at 168.
Дорогие болельщики, для вас отличные новости от титульного партнера вечера компания сегодня проводит в зоне Винла.
Внимательно собрано. Уходит, когда вниз головой закидывает сбоку, левой, правой. Понятно? Все, после этого вытянул. И ударчики снизу. Джебом подходишь двойным. Начни с пуза, а выйди на голову. Придет через пузо, он много пропускает удар. Понял? Да, да.
Some of the action from round number 3. It's got the sense counter-punching of Mironchikov was just beginning to be more effective in that third round, particularly with his backhand. We move into the fourth. Vacant WBA title. This is the vacant WBA Asia title on the line. Four balls, as well as being incredibly significant to the boxers who have trained so hard to earn the opportunity, as Sabirov lands a jolting left jab in between the attempted forward foray of Mironchikov. But they also get boxers into consideration of the sanctioning body's main ranking. Of course, the 168 division has been completely blown wide open after the retirement of Terence Bud Crawford, who was a guest of honor at the recent IBA World Championship in December. Because of the splintering of belt, the WBA super middleweight world champion Jose Armando Bezendi's elevated from interim champ to full champ at the start of this year, following his victory over Caleb Sweethand's Plant in May last year, launching left hook blocked by the right glove of Mironchikov. Sabirov, after being countered pretty effectively during the course of the third, is coming back strong behind his own lead left here in the fourth. Not too far away with that double jab attempt. Nice right cross to the body a few moments ago from Mironchikov. Going to the backhand set up by a jab is Sabirov. Staccato burst of action here, the reddening around the right eye. Mironchikov worsening. No discernible flow of blood. The blood is being spread around his right optic. Both men searching for the body. Oh, terrific work behind the lead left from Mironchikov, and then as Sabirov was back towards the ropes, he scored with an underhanded long right uppercut to the body beneath the left elbow of Sabirov. Two-phase attack serving him very well indeed on that forward foray. Sabirov going in search of the double jab right cross, but he's not found the range with his backhand with any consistency. He's gone over the shoulder of Mironchikov. But a good response from Sabirov at the start of the round after Mironchikov enjoyed real counter-punching success in round number 3. Short and mid-range. Follow through with the elbow on the attempted overhand right from Sabirov. He hasn't been too far away with that shot. He's launched it ferociously on repeated occasions.
Раунд номер 5.
We move into round number 5. The moment in the fourth, Sabirov was being backed towards the rope. Pretty consistent basis in the closing stages of the round. But here, this is where the majority of this contest has been fought. In the space of center ring, there's two men seeking to circle one another. Hold the box expansively. Flat-footed sharp shooters. Very correct in their approach to the noble art. Counter right hand not too far away from Mironchikov once again. Nice left jab off the back foot from Sabirov. Stepping into his shot with that success with Mironchikov. Nice movement in the pocket from Sabirov to cause the Mironchikov attempted combination to be inaccurate. Birov just shaking out his arms. He sought to close the distance against Mironchikov. Beautiful combination, head and body, punctuated by that overhand right to end the cluster from Mironchikov. He really commits to that backhand on occasion, does Birov, but as of yet, he's not found the range with it when he's thought to put a little more pop on it. Comes in behind a left jab, pushes off the back foot, but invariably it's gone a fraction long, just a tad short. Nice defense with the right glove as Mironchikov answering the telephone. That right glove up around his ear. Defense was penetrated by a straight shot, but he comes right back with a left jab of his own. It really is wonderful to see. Most fundamental punch in the sport of boxing being used so effectively by both of these men here. Truth be told, the lead jab of both orthodox and southpaw boxers here on the stage of IBA.PRO 15 has been very effective in several of the contests. The previous bout between Iliya, Popov and Nurtas, Azhbenov, each of them exhibiting wonderful southpaw right jabs. Kushitashvili used telescopic left jab to set up piercing right cross. The foundation to take out Yusuf Changalawe in the 5th round of the scheduled 8. But here, contest that is scheduled for 10. Just edging this one. Also has 3 scoring judges ringside. They're going to the second half of the contest. An example of the lead left stick of Khudoyberganov. Both men exchanging jabs, but turning it into a two-phase attack by keeping it going. Mironchikov, nice movement in the pocket from Birov. Came up looking for the left hook. After making his man miss in a bid to make him pay, but couldn't quite land the attempted counter. So move into the second half of this contest for the vacant WBA Asia title. Again, the titles at 168 have been split asunder. The retirement of Terence Bud Crawford. Real opportunities for emerging boxers to get themselves some hardware. The title, one of the other titles, currently held by Rio Olympian Christian Billy. Powerful come forward boxer puncher. Overhand right knocks him far away from Birov once again, but we've been saying that on a fairly regular basis when he seeks to increase the power and get more leverage onto the shot. Just as he is fractionally off the mark when he bids to dial up the power on it. Invariably, a counter comes back from the lead left hand of Mironchikov. The two men exchanging jabs in this passage of the round. Good right hand to the body to end that 3-punch combination from Mironchikov. Nice double jab with good variety from Birov, looking for the uppercut underneath. Thereafter,
stop. Box.
Leaping left hook was inaccurate from Birov. Mironchikov, such a disciplined operator. This was a hallmark of his boxing in the 3-round format as well. Extended to that run to the bronze medal as a right hand does land from Birov, but look at the response. Oh, that's a cracking right hand landed from Mironchikov. After Birov landed perhaps his most potent right cross of the contest, Mironchikov securing his get back immediately and then some. Again, this patience and composure being a real hallmark of the 3-round boxing of Mironchikov, a man I first saw from ringside at the 2021 Under-22 European Championships in Roseto degli Abruzzi in Italy. The organisers did a fantastic job of hosting that tournament in those lockdown conditions. Remaining wonderfully patient and disciplined here. And in a round where Ulugbek Sabirov landed probably his best right cross of the entire contest, he was made to pay with interest. Vladimir Mironchikov responded with a cracking cluster of his own. Competitive contest, this one. To the halfway stage, I happen to think that the man born in Russia, now representing Serbia, is leading, but there is a long way to go yet. 4 rounds remaining. Back for the vacant WBA Asia Continental Crown. There was the right hand from Sabirov. Answering back immediately. Vladimir Mironchikov with that right cross of his own. He kept the attack going to ensure that he got the better of the coming together. So marked up around both eyes. Here's Vladimir Mironchikov, but the corner have done a good job staunching the flow of blood. Indeed, there's been scarcely any blood evident from those injuries, although that close-up with a cracking right cross snakes through the defenses of Mironchikov and scores for Sabirov. Double jab, head then body from Mironchikov, and then tripping out that lead left in between the high-held glove of Sabirov once again. Right uppercut, left hook from Mironchikov. Wonderful accuracy with that backhand, able to guide it in between the attempted defenses of the high-held gloves of Sabirov. Sabirov trying to get that head movement going as he goes in search of an overhand right and left hook, but both of those shots off the mark. Beautiful use of the left hand to the body from Mironchikov. Just shaking out his arms a little bit with Sabirov. Pushing off that back foot to score with a lancing left to the body is Mironchikov. Both men have worked themselves into magnificent condition. The pace and the concentration shows no sign of dropping here at the halfway stage of this 7th round. Sabirov up on his toes, perhaps as much movement as is demonstrated all contest long, because invariably the two men have found themselves in this posture, right on the razor's edge of range, really thinking and feinting their way to their own offensive outburst. Double jab attempted by Sabirov, not too far away. Mironchikov moving counterclockwise. Stop! Box. Right hand attempted by Mironchikov, threatening to strain to kidney punch territory, not intentional. Sabirov was presenting a moving target, so he worked to get his way into his own range inside. Scoring left jab to the body, big feint with a stamp to the front foot from Sabirov. Left-right attempted from Sabirov, but again, not quite finding the range with it. He seems to put an awful lot of energy into that combination when it is inaccurate. Scores with it when he doesn't load up, and he just shoots it out with less leverage from his back foot and the shoulder. But when he tries to get a little more onto the shot, he's missed by the tiniest of margins. The small margins are what elite sport is all about, in terms of separating victors and vanquished. 7 rounds completed in what is a really skillful affair. This battle for the vacant WBA Continental Crown.
Пробежности нет. На передний держи, расстреливай. Передний силовой. Под разными углами. Правой вовнутрь заводи туда, поглубже удар. Через переднюю руку, хорошо? Не опускай выше. Он замедлился, стоит на ногах просто.
It was a good right hand landed by Sabirov. Fend off the left hook of Mironchikov, and then look at the combination he came back with that long right and looping left hook. Quality and evidence from both boxers through 7 completed rounds. Well, the pace has remained pretty consistent throughout this super middleweight contest, made at 72.6 kilograms, or 168 pounds. One suspects that the onus is going to be on Ulugh-Beg Sabirov to try and do something different here. But he's been in the contest every second of the way, make no mistake, as he scores with a wonderfully crisp counter left jab during the forward foray of Mironchikov. I just get the sense that despite being in the contest, he's being outscored in the bout. Not enough to win the contest. So what? Oh, that's a wonderful right hand. And again, a chin checker of a right cross followed thereafter. And Sabirov made to look just a little uncomfortable as his chin is checked once again. It was an unprotected target. And Mironchikov, with no discernible difference in how he let his punches go, able to find his jaw 3 times in quick succession with his own backhand. Now remember, he has got an 86% KO ratio because of his perfect ledger of 7 wins out of 7. 6 of them have come inside the distance. Facing perhaps the most accomplished opponent of his professional career to date. And it's his first title opportunity as another pile-driving right cross crashes home beyond the halfway stage. And Ulugh-Beg Sabirov made to look as uncomfortable as at any point in the contest. And again, no distress signals coming from his body language, but he just lost his boxing stance momentarily as he was made to retreat towards the corner a few moments ago with the behind the right hand, which started his apparent difficulties. All athletes need to maintain that phlegmatic expression, that poker face, and not betray when they are in distress, particularly boxers. So in a sport that is as up close and personal as this, well, the tiniest tell can open up a world of possibilities that the opponent who recognizes that tell will seek to exploit. Prince Nazim Hamed, after his epic slugfest against Kevin Kelly in Madison Square Garden, said that when you share a contest such as that, the boxers, their souls touch. That's how close they are to one another. The right hand from Sabirov forces, the right hand from Mironchikov forces Sabirov back across the ropes. Right hand comes crashing through once again from Mironchikov. And in a really competitive contest, that perhaps the most dominant round enjoyed by one boxer over the other, and it's gone in favor, for my money, of Vladimir Mironchikov. He had repeated successes with right hand, and during one passage of the round, he threatened to make Ulugh-Beg Sabirov become just a little disorganized. But he's seen out the round, which remaining about him as he continues to shoot the stall over in that black corner. A sense of urgency coming in the corner of the boxer from Uzbekistan as we take a look at some of the successes enjoyed from Vladimir Mironchikov during the course of that round. Again, we're talking margins here, because it wasn't a dominant 10-8 display. But Sabirov just made to look as uncomfortably as he has been at any point in the contest because of the backhand successes of Mironchikov. So we move into round number 9. Ulugh-Beg Sabirov been in this every second of the way. cracking single right. The eye-catching shot of that exchange coming from Vladimir Mironchikov. Tucking up behind high-held gloves is Sabirov, looking to explode out of that with a left hook upstairs after the final shot of the cluster from Mironchikov was a left hook to his body. Again, able to just reach the defenses with real accuracy behind his darting left jab, Mironchikov. Both boxers have used their lead hand very effectively indeed. Glove defenses catching that booming backhand, but it's still forceful enough to just send Sabirov backwards a little bit. His right hand downstairs after the jab from Mironchikov. Sabirov answering with a jab upstairs of his own during an exchange of lead left sticks. There's another exchange once again of lead left hand, but again keeping the attack going to make it a two-phase attack, and then ending the combination with a left hook around the rear of the right glove is Mironchikov. He is attacked in that fashion really judiciously during the course of this contest. Anytime it's been close, or on several occasions when it's been close in terms of the trade-off, Mironchikov has almost made a point of having the final word to turn the trade-off in his favor. They're seeking to get Sabirov on the back foot here now, a posture he hadn't adopted very often. Beautiful right uppercut and then a right hook as Sabirov was looking to unload. Again, just turning the screw to increase the pressure being applied is Vladimir Mironchikov. Approaching 2:20 gone in this penultimate round. Terrific work from Mironchikov once again, who is looking to walk his man down here now and tee off behind that booming backhand in the form of a cross and a hook. And Sabirov just keen to fashion a clinch as he found his back on the ropes. It's almost like a slow boiling pot where the gas is being turned up, being applied by Mironchikov. He drops down with a right hand to the body, and it's the backhand that is being the principal tormentor of Ulugbek Sabirov. Right crosses upstairs, right hooks to the body, and just playing possum. And the sound of the 10-second clapper is Sabirov standing there looking threatening, but I think he was glad to make it back to the black corner without absorbing another shot, because just slowly over the course of rounds 8 and 9, Vladimir Mironchikov has just increased the pressure, putting clear daylight for my money between he and his opponent. I thought he was edging the majority of the previous rounds as well, but in rounds 8 and 9, he really has asserted his authority with increasing dominance, principally behind the booming backhand, which has demonstrated wonderful variety and a fair amount of power as well.
Заключительный 10-й раунд, round 10, the final round.
So moving to the 10th and final round. And prior to this final 3 minutes of boxing in rounds 8 and 9, Vladimir Mironchikov slowly turned up the heat at the expense of Ulugbek Sabirov. And he looks as though he's looking to build on the momentum that he's established in the previous 6 minutes here in the 10th and final frame. Sabirov now, he's been scored upon with good effect to the body. Expansive movement demonstrated by either boxer. Sabirov looking to score with a sneaky left hook off the ropes, but Mironchikov continuing to seek to break him down to the body with those scything hooks downstairs. There's another one right on cue. Right hand around the rear of the left glove of Sabirov from Mironchikov. And again, in a contest where both men have worked themselves into optimal fighting condition at 168 pounds, 76.2 kilograms. Is Mironchikov. He's just been able to put clear daylight between himself and his opponent, because he is maintaining his shape, his punch output and precision at the halfway stage of this 10th and final round. Wonderful left hook jolts the head back of Sabirov, and he's tucking up near the ropes, standing stock still, not firing back, maintaining that poker face, pokes out a left jab, but look at the price he's made to pay, and as another cracking right cross left hook slams its way home from Mironchikov. There was a response from Sabirov, but again, it's notable that he is the boxer who's keen to fashion a clinch, and I think he's just stolen a glance at the screens available here at the KSK Arena, trying to get a sense as to how long is left to make it to the final bell. And I don't wish to suggest that it's a survival mission that Ulugbek Sabirov is embarking on, because he really did compete spiritedly. But since round number 8, Vladimir Mironchikov has asserted his superiority for my money. I think he is closing out this contest in pretty commanding fashion. Feinting with the jab as the counter left jab comes in from Sabirov. Counter right hand over the top once again from Mironchikov. And a very good display indeed, produced by Vladimir Mironchikov. One suspects that it's going to be he who has his hand raised as the victor to remain undefeated, and in his first title opportunity, one suspects it has been a successful mission in his bid to claim the vacant WBA Asia title. Credit to Ulugbek Sabirov, because as he always demonstrates on the IBA.PRO stage, in fantastic condition, as tough as they come, no little amount of boxing skill in this contest every minute of the way through the first 7 rounds, but in rounds 8, 9 and 10, I happen to think that Vladimir Mironchikov just put this into a different dimension. His right hand was really effective. Ulugbek Sabirov, despite his best efforts, showing wonderful desire, determination and competitive spirit, never looked for a way out. I think those final 3 rounds from Vladimir Mironchikov, putting this beyond any doubt what is likely to be a unanimous point decision verdict returned in favor of Vladimir Mironchikov. So both boxers to center ring. Al Siesta on hand to present the belt, and one suspects it's going to be placed over the shoulder or around the waist of the man in the white trimmed silver.
Обратимся к судейским запискам. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the co-main event, we go to the judges' scorecards. Итак, 99, 91 дважды и 98, 92. Ladies and gentlemen, 99 to 91 twice and 98 to 92. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу, оставаясь не знающим поражений, стал новым чемпионом WBA Азия во втором среднем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by unanimous decision, still undefeated, and the new WBA Asia Super Middleweight Champion, Vladimir Mironchikov.
So Vladimir Mironchikov declared a unanimous decision victor by wide margins on the scorecards of the three judges, 99-91 twice and 98-92. Ulugh Sabirov, quick exit from the boxing ring. He no doubt bitterly disappointed. He competed spiritedly, but in those final 3 rounds, Vladimir Mironchikov putting the outcome of this contest beyond any doubt, closing the show in strong fashion. Let's hear from the man who competed for Russia until 2019 before switching to Serbia.
Это мой первый пояс WBA Азия. Очень приятно было завоевать его здесь, у вас, в Санкт-Петербурге, на этой арене. Надеюсь, еще увидимся и с новыми поясами. Всем спасибо огромное. Кто в меня верил, верит и продолжает верить. Всех очень ценю и люблю.
Владимир Фиржанчиков.
Питер, ради эксперимента, а чё так тихо-то? В чем дело? Где голоса? Санкт-Петербург!
So Al Siesta imploring the crowd for more encouragement and applause after the accomplishment of Vladimir Mironchikov, capitalizing on his first title opportunity to claim the vacant WBA Asia Continental title in the 168-pound middleweight division. And again, what that will do, it will give him a place in the upper echelons of the WBA rankings, and in the division that has been completely splintered by the retirement of the unparalleled non-Paris Terence Bud Crawford. Well, that is no small accomplishment. Again, it's Mexico's Jose Armando Reséndiz, who is the current champion. WGO and IBF titles remain vacant. That will get him closer to a coveted title shot. He continues to progress at the rate that he's demonstrated 8 fights into his professional career. And again, have to commend Ulugh Sabirov for the manner in which he competed here on IBA.PRO 15. A very strong conclusion to the contest produced by Vladimir Mironchikov. He is the new WBA Asia Continental Champion. So all that remains is our main event of the evening. Pavel Saduuly and Victor Nagda. That coming up in just a few moments' time here from KSK Arena.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, наступил момент, который вы все так долго ждали. V-Line IBA.PRO с гордостью представляет вам главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый бой за титул IBA.PRO Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Добро пожаловать в черный угол. Претендент на чемпионский пояс из Австралии. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the black corner, the challenger from Australia. По прозвищу Hot Chili, Виктор Нагби.
What an opportunity for Victor Nagbi, a man from Melbourne in Australia, here as the challenger for an intercontinental title against the accomplished world-rated Pavel Saduuly. He's been in a brilliant mood in the build-up ahead of this contest. He brings to the ring 14-fight professional record. 12 wins, 6 of them coming inside the distance, and just 2 defeats, but he is coming in off a loss, fighting a couple of WBC regional titles in Thailand. That was in December of last year, but the man nicknamed Hot Chili confidently into the boxing ring. He has been confident all week that he has the skill set to inflict the first defeat. Perfect ledger of Pavel Saduuly.
Дамы и господа, добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга. Обладатель чемпионского пояса из России. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the gold corner, the champion from Russia, Pavel Max Saduuly. Видим, дайте шума! Welcome to the gold corner.
Well, Pavel Saduuly, who resides right here in St. Petersburg, again brings that comfort blanket of the Russian doll, adorned in IBA boxing gear, and something that he brings to the boxing ring. Perfect 12-0 record in the professional ranks. Perfect on the IBA.PRO stage as well. Accomplished pressure boxer, so much skill in his armory.
Дамы и господа,
down to the body.
для боксеров звучат национальные гимны. И первым гимн Австралии. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 national anthems for the fighters, and first national anthem of Australia. Дамы и господа, звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Russian Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. In line, IBA.PRO proud to present the main event of the evening. 10 rounds of boxing for the IBA.PRO Intercontinental Light Middleweight Championship. Представляю вам официальных лиц. Генеральный директор IBA.PRO Ал-Сиеса. Супервайзер IBA.PRO Максим Чертыковцев. Супервайзер турнира Сергей Хурсанов. Трое судей у ринга оценивают главное событие. Three judges at ringside scoring this main event. Ираклий Малазони, Сергей Людунов и Сергей Журкин. Ваш судья, хронометрист, таймгеймер Татьяна Хурсанова. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге, and well, the bell rings, your referee in charge, Дмитрий Болдырев. Итак, дамы и господа на трибунах, миллионы фанатов бокса во всем мире в прямом эфире с КСК Арены. Главный бой вечера турнира Финлайн IBA.PRO. Ladies and gentlemen in attendance and the millions boxing fans around the world, live from KSK Arena, Winline IBA.PRO main bout of the evening. Представляю вам соперников. И первым претендентом в черном углу ринга, в черных трусах с золотом. Introducing to first fighting out of the black corner, wearing black with gold, the challenger. Ему 32 года, рост 176 сантиметров, вес 69,9 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 12 побед, включая 6 побед нокаутом при 2 поражениях. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 32 years old, standing 176 centimeters tall, weighing in at 69.9 kilograms. His professional record 12 victories, including 6 big wins coming by 1 knockout with 2 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, here is Victor Harutyunyan. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу ринга, в белых трусах с серебром. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, wearing white with silver, the champion. Ему 29 лет, рост 180 сантиметров, вес 69,9 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд прекрасен. 12 побед без единого поражения, включая 6 побед нокаутом. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 29 years old. He stands 180 centimeters tall, weighing in 69.9 kilograms. His perfect professional record, 12 victories, no losses, 6 big wins coming by way of knockout. Дамы и господа, он чемпион WBA Gold, чемпион WBA Азия, чемпион Европы IBA, чемпион России и действующий чемпион IBA.PRO Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, he's IBA Gold Champion, IBA Asia Champion, European IBA Champion, Russian National Champion, and the reigning, defending, undefeated IBA.PRO Intercontinental Light Middleweight Champion, Pavel Max Saduuly, St. Petersburg, Russia.
So referee Mr. Dmitry Boldyrev, both men together for the final
Follow the
instructions.
rules, protect yourself all the time, touch gloves.
A quick look at the tail of the tape. Both men weighing in bang on the 69.9 kilogram, 154 pound light middleweight limit as Pavel Saduuly prepares to defend his IBA Intercontinental title. So we're underway then. This light middleweight contest, super welterweight contest scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds between the champion Pavel Saduuly, defending his IBA Intercontinental title. He's ranked #1 in the world by the WBA in the loaded 154-pound light middleweight division. He with a perfect record of 12 fights, 12 wins, 6 of them coming inside the distance. The southpaw boxer, wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, is the challenger for Pavel Saduuly's IBA Intercontinental strap. And that is Victor Nagbe of Australia. 14 fights in his professional career, 12 wins, 6 of them inside the distance. 2 losses. Coming in off a loss in December, in December, down in Thailand, fighting in Russia for the first time, but no stranger to fighting outside of his homeland of Australia, having competed in Thailand on 4 separate occasions. Come from a kickboxing background as a southpaw. Spoke about some of the challenges he faced as a young athlete trying to make his way in combat sports. So that has instilled a resilience and a hunger in him, which will be crucial to inflicting the first L on Saduuly's ledger tonight. There he scores with a good southpaw left hand. No stranger to competing on IBA professional stages. Always been impressed with his posed punch picking, incessant pressure that he can apply when he senses that he's got his man going. He's ringside to commentate on many of his bouts over the years on IBA.PRO stages. Performance in Yerevan in January of last year when he took the O of Carlo Baccaro was absolutely sensational. 3rd round stoppage in a contest scheduled for 10. So commentated on his 9th round stoppage against Lucas Brian Ariel Lasquida. Came in April of last year. July of last year, he went in against the former world title challenger Malungilua. Despite having less experience, eked out a split decision win in what was an eliminator for the WBA world title, solidifying his status as the sanctioning body's #1. First round in the book here at the KSK Arena. Main event of the evening.
Его надо чуть, давай ему садить, режь его, пусть прямой отступает, понятно, да? Прямо отрезаем ему ножку и плотнее. Он не знает, ты начинаешь подходить и даешь ему играть, а ты его заставишь все время двигаться назад, и он будет твой, понятно, да? И за ногу, не давай ему вот тут кружиться.
So we move into the second round. Looking at southpaw right jab effectively and dropping down with the left cross to the body is Nagbe. Again, not that he's been disrespectful, but he's shown no respect for the accomplishment or the undisputed record of Saduuly, and he's going about his work very effectively indeed, circling counterclockwise to his right, away from the potent backhand of Saduuly, and he, perhaps the more active boxer with his straight punches. The lead right jab and the left cross to the body. There's Saduuly, as I say that, picks up the activity of his lead left hand. Coming from a kickboxing background, so many the sweet science of the noble art of boxing have started their careers as kickboxers. George Groves, Vitaly Klitschko, Dillian White, a whole host of boxers got their combat careers underway in a sport where the legs can be used as well. Who scored a notable victory in the amateurs over Vitaly Klitschko. L.A. Reid also came from a kickboxing background. The Winterbank Gym in Sheffield, 6'6" tall, the man from Birmingham. Used to wear green and yellow tassels of his boxing equipment as a cracking right hand gets through from Saduuly. Nagbe responds with a thrusting right jab of his own before bringing the right jab into play once again, scoring to the body, and then a double right jab from Nagbe. Sometimes kickboxers have a laid-back approach, quite literally, often on the back foot and lean back when they switch to the sport of boxing. Nagbe not demonstrating that trait so closely associated with former kickboxers here. Moving almost exclusively counterclockwise to his right, but he is the busier boxer, leading off with that lead right jab. Made Saduuly miss with an attempted backhand there, but then the overhand right altogether closer. Good variety shown by Nagbe as he scores effectively to the body, and a piercing left cross between the glove defenses of Saduuly. Very impressive, particularly in this second round, Victor Nagbe. Boxed at a brisk pace, moves smartly, and has tried to present angles to Pavel Saduuly while finding a home for his own range-finding right jab. Very good round of boxing indeed.
Take more initiative with your jab, bro. Bro, you're being too lazy with your jab. You gotta be right, mate. You gotta step in with the jab. Hard jab to the body. Don't be lazy with your jab, bro. And bro, when you shoot the lip there, see if really done it, you caught him. I want you to shoot him more. Set up, jab, jab, jab, bang, shoot around the corner. And back to the body. That was a good body shot. Start working the body, Victor.
Let's out round 3.
So we move into the third round. Pavel Saduuly defending his IBA Intercontinental title. Again, his corner told him to put a little more pop on his right jab. Victor Nagbe boxing beautifully to instruction because he was really getting some back foot into that right jab now, pushing off that southpaw left leg. Saduuly just trying to keep his leg on the outside. Beautiful left cross thrusted in downstairs from Nagbe, and then showing variety, turning punches underneath, spinning off the line, adopting the half cover guard here now, tucking his chin behind his open palmed left glove is Nagbe. Nice left jab from Saduuly, who's trying to get onto the front foot and back Nagbe towards the outer reaches of the roped arena. Nagbe readjusting himself and getting himself back to this space of ring center. Even though he's moving exclusively to his right, as a right hand comes over the top from Saduuly, countered by a two-shot combo from Nagbe. Nagbe being the 10-round distance, so it holds no fears for him. 10-round distance on 5 occasions, Victor Nagbe. So the question is, will he be able to maintain this type of up-tempo boxing as Saduuly gets close, lands a left hook to the body. Nagbe with his back touching the ropes, moves off by moving counterclockwise to his right. With Saduuly still seeking to smother him, creates some room by pushing him off, but that of course is illegal, and Saduuly got Nagbe pinned near his own black corner. Nagbe calmly out of that confined position, but he wasn't able to reply when scored upon by Saduuly on that occasion. Good left hook to the body once again from Saduuly. Nagbe again seeking to cover guard. Nice jab to the body from Nagba. Saduuly coming in behind his own left jab with a right hand over the top. Nagba not quite finding the range on that right jab, but it was keeping Saduuly occupied. He was able to back him up to center ring, but then in the space of center ring, Saduuly turning underneath a clever little nudging right uppercut. Saduuly getting back into the mix. He's fed another right jab. Saduuly goes in search of the right hand over the top. But a good response from Saduuly. The Nagba enjoyed a very good second round. Saduuly coming out and responding as you would expect the reigning champion to respond in this battle for this IBA Intercontinental crown.
И еще, ну не давай ему кружиться, не давай ему кружиться. Насыпай удары прямо.
Here's an example of accurate punch picking that Saduuly was able to uncoil during the course of that second round. This is where he had Nagba in the corner, was able to score without reply. Nagba started the round in active fashion. Saduuly responding effectively. End the round aggressively.
Round 4.
So we move into round number 4 then. And the fact that he's fought Palace Ilufa, a contest on an IBA Champions Night stage. Ulugh Sabirov and Pavel Saduuly doesn't show up on Sabirov's record. Well, it doesn't show up on Saduuly's record either. It most certainly happened, but again, in IBA.PRO boxing, it doesn't necessarily have to appear on one's ledger. So Nagba, not quite moving backwards, but using more of the space of the ring now, looking to maintain a gap between himself and Saduuly, who was just creeping forward incrementally on flat feet. Nagba enjoyed a terrific second round where he was able to move almost exclusively counterclockwise to his right and score with straight punches, jabs to both head and body, occasional left crosses, but Saduuly just picking up the pace now, quickening his bid to walk down Nagba. Nagba doing a good job holding his feet, but then takes a good left hook to the body. Now Nagba's complaining that that is low, and that will be encouraging to Saduuly because it may well have been, but that's why the referee is there to be the arbiter as to whether a blow is fair or foul. And he needs no help from Dmitry Boldriev in that regard. There's that a little tell that will encourage Saduuly to explore the body once more. Nice right jab, left cross through the middle from Nagba, but Saduuly remaining incessant in his pursuit. Nice raiding attack from Nagba. Right jab, left cross downstairs, staying in range, looking for straight punch successes of his own and finding a home for them. And now the two men toe to toe, shoulder to shoulder on the inside. So Nagba using less space of the boxing ring through this passage of the round. He's varied his work nicely. There's a nice roundhouse right hook out of the southpaw stance from Nagba beneath Saduuly's left elbow. But then Saduuly putting together a cluster of punches where he really sat down on his shots and his exertions were audible. There's a authoritative left jab twice in quick succession. Nagba responds with a left cross to the sternum of his own, and that right cross from Saduuly just catching Nagba. Beautiful left hook is a short shot from Saduuly right on the point of Nagba's chin, and then another left comes crashing through. And this is the difficult passage of the round for Nagba. As I say that, he's recovered and he's keeping his shape nicely. There he lands a left hand of his own out of the southpaw stance and showing real competitive spirit by answering back. But I think getting the better of the final minute of this round has been Saduuly. He ends the round in the half cover guard, but terrific two-way action through round number 4.
show me something. You can't just sit and taking those shots, bro. You gotta show me something, alright? Bro, you're just waiting, bro. You're letting him tee off on you, bro. But I tell you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, he's all good.
What?
Yeah, we're all good. Yeah. Bro, you gotta stop the fight, yeah? You gotta show me something, bro. You two were shot, but you're
Well, it was a terrific conclusion to the round from Pavel Saduuly. Really did begin to find a home for his punches.
Get your breath back. Dance behind the ref. Get your breath back. Breathe.
Exertions were audible as he sat down on the shot and punctuated them with utterances of breathing from the diaphragm and really letting those shots rip to both head and body. Now, Victor Nagba's corner instructed him in the interval between rounds 4 and 5 that he has got to show them something, because that was a really strong conclusion to the round for Pavel Saduuly. He's such a patience operator, showing experience beyond his years, Pavel Saduuly, because there's never any panic, and he sometimes uses rounds as a reconnaissance mission, and that is good work to the body from Nagba. And then a southpaw left through the middle as he works the body once again, then an uppercut through the middle, but he was clipped by a hook that almost stopped him in his tracks. Wonderful accuracy once again from Saduuly, and then he comes with a right hand over the top of the low-held southpaw left of Nagba, who's trying to back Saduuly up, and credit to him, but that could well be hastening his own downfall if he brings that type of heat to Pavel Saduuly. And again, he's demonstrated a rock-solid chin as he's working away with hooks to the body. Just threatened to double over Nagba a little bit, but Nagba, to his credit, carrying out his corner's instructions once again. But in terms of showing him something, I'm not sure that standing and trading with Saduuly is what the corner was seeking. Because again, in perhaps his best round of the contest, he did a wonderful job of sticking and moving. But of course, that's a very difficult endeavor to continue when you're being pursued by an operator as efficient and clinical as Pavel Saduuly, and you're taking the longer route around the boxing ring. But a spirited response in the first half of this 5th round from Victor Nagba. Will he be able to maintain it for the second half when you consider that Saduuly finished round number 4 in really strong fashion? But Nagba takes a clipping left hook on the inside, but he's looking to back Saduuly up once again. Saduuly landing with a bombing overhand right while his back was against the ropes. Right hand from Saduuly catches Nagba. He was looking for his own southpaw right, and then once again in the second half of the round, it is Saduuly who puts a cluster together that just caused Nagba to dip at the knees. This could well be a long final 40 seconds of round number 5 if Saduuly continues to seek to go about his man in a fashion that he demonstrated just a few moments ago, and almost right on cue he scores with a right uppercut and left hook. Credit to Nagba, because this is a really spirited title challenge, but you get the sense that he perhaps flooring it, redlining it, and Saduuly is comfortably in second gear. But Nagba hanging tough and competing. And for that, he deserves immense credit, because Saduuly knows that he's in a fight here. And a wonderful response from Victor Nagba, after his corner implored him to show him something. To a really strong conclusion was produced to the 4th round by Pavel Saduuly. Some of the action from round number 5. Nagba really did have success after his corner thought he'd in no uncertain terms that he wants him to show him something. Overhand left just disrupting the boxing stance of Saduuly, but then look at that accuracy out of the corner with that high elbow overhand right. In many respects, a Soviet type of shot, epitomized by Gennady Golovkin and Dmitry Bivol on occasion. The light heavyweight maestro elects to hold his feet. So Nagba back up on his bike, circumnavigating the boxing ring in a bid to stick and move once again, but just stalking him in flat-footed fashion. In predatory mode is Pavel Saduuly. Nice right hand sneak between the defenses of Nagba. Nagba going in search of body and head, didn't quite get through. Still the punches landing with a resounding thud on the defenses of Nagba. There's a left jab that comes in without reply. Nagba in search of his own get back, and that's a sumptuous body shot stuck beneath the elbow of Nagba from Saduuly. That brings the hands down. And the right side of Nagba's jaw, despite him trying to adopt the half-cover guard, could well be an open target here for a puncher as accurate as Saduuly. Teeing off to both body and head once again, and Nagba, his movement reducing and slowing by the second. Gamely gets himself out of the corner and gets his wits back about him and has his own offensive success. And Saduuly's home fans here at the KSK Arena in St. Petersburg dialing up the decibel level. Body and head being worked over unmercifully by Saduuly. Nagba bites down and fires back once again. Left cross through the guard of Saduuly is an effective shot. And Nagba doing really well to keep himself in these exchanges. My commentary position, I'm left with the impression that it's Saduuly who is getting the better of the exchanges, as punctuated during that exchange with a thunderous left hook that snapped the head of Nagba backwards. But gamely he bites down and fires back once again. That left hand threatening to stray low from Nagba, no complaint from Saduuly, who's remaining tucked up behind high-held gloves and forearms. Nagba seeking to push the man back. Saduuly pushes him off with a left hand. Oh, there's a left hand to the body once again. An uppercut being ripped through the middle and hooks around the corner. And that was a beautiful volley of punches from Pavel Saduuly that drove Nagba backwards. And he's still got 26 seconds to make it back to the sanctuary of his black corner. Saduuly, who's such a clinical finisher when he senses that he has his man going. Really picking up his pace here now, but Nagba able to throw out two punches, but look at the manner in which he's having difficulty holding his boxing stance. He's been broken down to the body. That has really affected his movements, and Saduuly can sense it, grinning that gum shield contemptuously, because now Victor Nagba and his team are going to have to work on him furiously and hope that the 60-second interval is long enough for the energy levels of Victor Nagba to return to something approaching optimal. He's listening. Well, corner man, perhaps hear him saying he's not going to let Nagba take too much more of this, because once again in the final minute of the round, Saduuly went through the gears and got real leverage onto his shots, not loading up, but look at that howitzer of a left hook and then uppercuts ripping through the middle, dropping that back down to the body, and thereafter Nagba had a really difficult time moving his feet in coordinated fashion. He gamely re-enters the fray for the 7th round of a contest that is scheduled for 10. And after being put under pressure in round number 4, he responded very well indeed in round 5, did Victor Nagba, only for Saduuly to go through the gears again in round number 6 and then clock his man with a left hook. And now there's a swagger about the work of Saduuly, pursuing his man, not quite with contempt, but with the certitude of a man who knows that he's going to catch up to his opponent, and when he does, this fight is going to be over inside the distance. And that's got to be very dispiriting for Nagba, who is up on his toes. He's trying to maintain the gap, but I think he finds himself in that really invidious position in a boxing ring of being able to either move or throw, but he can't do both at the same time, so not able to stick and move. And so while he's maintaining a gap, he may be flicking out some don't hit me punches, as boxing impresario Mickey Duff used to call them. But there's no real purpose or authority behind them as Saduuly goes in search of the body with a right cross. And again, Nagba able to maintain a gap, but still he's found by the rapier-like left jab of Saduuly. Nagba keen to fashion a clinch on the inside. Saduuly hitting on the command of stop from the referee, and he was really keen to step back into the breach and go in search of his man once again. There's really nothing on Nagba's punches now, and he's hit with a left hook to the jaw and a right hand to the body. Right hand over the top, then followed up by Saduuly. Speculative southpaw left swung over the top from Nagba. But again, all of the pop has dissipated from the punches of Nagba, and that's because his legs may have been taken away by the withering body punches that were unfurled by Saduuly. He's gamely flicking out a right jab, but then a left comes over the top of it from Saduuly, who is trying to cut his man off. Nagba moves right, Saduuly cuts him off left, and vice versa. Oh, that's another good left hand sunk into the body from Saduuly in response to the body attack launched by Nagba. Another left hand catches Nagba flush. He cannons into the ropes only to catapult off them, and then fashions the clinch in a bid to gain some respite. Right hand over the top from Nagba, from Saduuly. And again, Nagba, he's really finding it difficult to move up there in the space of the boxing ring. It's almost as though he is wading through wet concrete, enduring a very difficult mission as another right hand completely disrupts his boxing stance. There's two left hands in quick succession. The first was really forceful, and tossing his head towards the ring lights in celebratory fashion is Pavel Saduuly, because he must know that the finish line is in sight here if he continues to box with this type of intensity. And I wouldn't be surprised if Nagba's corner don't let him come out for the next round, because that was a dominant 3 minutes produced by Pavel Saduuly. Can't fault the competitive spirit or the desire of Victor Nagba, but he's being outgunned and outboxed in just about every department here in rounds 6 and 7. Ornament said that he wanted him to show him something in the interval between rounds 6 and 7, and to his credit, Nagba did bite down and fight back spiritedly. But it wasn't enough to get him a share of the round, and as we move into the 8th, Pavel Saduuly slowly continuing to turn the thumb screws as he sets about his man, while the sound of the bell is still reverberating around the KSK Arena. Good left jab again causes Nagba to slide across the ropes. Nagba in a really difficult position here now, because it's almost as though he's trying to maintain the gap between himself and Saduuly, and that's all he can hope to do. His punches completely devoid of pop. I won't say they're devoid of purpose, but the power that he was exhibiting in the early stages and the precision, those qualities have long since left his punch output, particularly over the course of round 6 and 7. Glancing left hook across the abdomen, scored by Saduuly. But again, you have to admire and commend the courage, conditioning, and the commitment being exhibited by Victor Nagba. Again, claims his man in bid to just try and gain a little bit of respite in the boxing ring. But on the resumption, he's on his bike once again. And this isn't because of a lack of courage, as a reverse 1-2, right hand, left hand snaps the head back of Nagba, and a cracking left hook dips the knees of Victor Nagba, and he wraps his man up, blankets him in the space of center ring, just to try and hold on. But he's being worked over unmercifully to both head and body here, and Saduuly now showing head movement as he jitterbugs his way forward. Nagba continuing to let clusters of punches go, but again, they are not enough to get the respect of Saduuly, and he is content to walk right through them. In the previous 2 rounds, he has really got on top in the final 40 seconds or so. Now I wonder, will Saduuly really begin to open up earlier in a frame in a bid to take Nagba out of there inside the distance? Because Nagba is desperate to avoid an inside the distance defeat. His 2 defeats so far come when losing majority and split decisions over the 10-round distance. A good defense with the gloves from Nagba to fend off that incoming right hand. And again, as the 10-second clapper sounds, Saduuly looking to pick up the pace once more. Power driving left jab, snaps the head by the back of Nagba, followed by a roundhouse right. My goodness, Nagba is one tough hombre indeed. But it's been practically one-way traffic for the last 3 rounds, but he's still in there competing. Let's listen into his corner. Well, I think that's it. Because he asked Victor Nagba, have you got anything left? And Nagba said, I don't know. And so compassionate corner work demonstrated by the team of Victor Nagba. They gave their boxer every opportunity. And he has been retired on his stool in the interval between rounds 8 and 9. He really did put forth a spirited effort. His boxing in the second round, where he was sticking and moving delightfully while moving counterclockwise to his right. But Saduuly never panicked, kept his composure, downloaded all of the information that was being presented during those successes by Victor Nagba, and then just began to get on top with his educated pressure. Credit to Victor Nagba, because after he was put under pressure by a strong conclusion to the round by Pavel Saduuly in round 4, his corner read the riot act and said, listen, you've got to show me something. And Nagba came out and responded in the 5th round. I don't think he responded well enough to take the round, but he showcased the type of spirited effort that characterized his performance throughout this bid for Pavel Saduuly's IBA Intercontinental crown. So Pavel Saduuly makes it another successful title defense and extends his perfect record. Another inside the distance victory. What was a really composed and disciplined display by the WBA's #1 ranked boxer at 154 pounds. This a defense of his IBA Intercontinental crown. Of course, the WBA, the junior middleweight division, so loaded with talent. There is Mr. Al Fiesta, who will present the IBA Intercontinental belt back to the man who came into the ring with it.
Дамы и господа, по завершении 8-го раунда в связи с отказом угла соперника от продолжения боя в 9-м раунде техническим нокаутом одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений чемпионом IBA.PRO Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the round number 8, in round number 9, your winner by technical knockout and the still undefeated IBA.PRO Intercontinental light middleweight champion, Pavel Max Saduuly.
So Pavel Saduuly extends his perfect record, forcing a retirement from Victor Nagba's corner at the end of the 8th round. Victor Nagba deserves immense credit for the spirited effort that he has produced over the course of this title bid for Pavel Sasulin's IBA Intercontinental crown. He subjected to his third defeat in 15 contests in the professional ring, back-to-back defeats endured by Victor Nagba. Now this, the first inside the distance. Let's listen to the man who is still the IBA Intercontinental champion.
Рад, что я защитил пояс, хотя я его сегодня просто дома забыл, не взял с собой. Еще хочется сказать всем, кто сегодня пришел вживую посмотреть на эти бои, я надеюсь, вы довольны. Я очень рад снова выступать в родном Санкт-Петербурге на родной публике. Мне прям отрадно наблюдать, что очень много друзей, людей, которым мой бокс не безразличен, пришли поддержать. Я вас слышал на протяжении всего боя. Спасибо вам отдельное. Похлопайте себе. Огромная благодарность Спортивной Федерации бокса Санкт-Петербурга, Жукову Максиму Владимировичу, Кулачеву Максиму Сергеевичу за организацию данного мероприятия. Конечно же, Умару Назаровичу Кремлеву тоже большое спасибо за возможность принимать участие, защищать и драться за пояса. Спасибо.
So Pavel Sasuly ending his interaction with his hometown fans here at the KSK Arena in St. Petersburg with a word of thanks. And that concludes what has been a magnificent bill of boxing on IBA.PRO 15 here in Russia's cultural capital. 9 fights. Featuring boxers from 5 different continents, and the main event sees Pavel Sasuly extend a perfect start to his professional career. Victor Nagba really did give it a go. When he was fast, when he was fresh, he was fast, he was accurate, full of ambition. But Pavel Sasuly must be a really unnerving opponent to fight because he never gives anything away in terms of expression or body language. And when Nagba had a really good second round, there was no discouragement or deflation discernible in the approach of Pavel Sasuly. Again, he just slowly turned up the pressure against Victor Nagba. Victor Nagba responded after being read the riot act in his corner at the end of round 4 with a good round 5, but from round number 6, Pavel Sasuly was increasingly dominant. And again, Victor Nagba fought with everything that he had left within him, but there were times, because of the withering body assaults launched by Pavel Sasuly, his footwork became rather uncoordinated, but his spirit remained undimmed throughout. And then at the end of another dominant round of boxing produced by Pavel Sasuly, who really did stick it on Nagba in the closing stages of round number 8, Nagba went back to his corner and his coach asked him, "Have you got anything left?" To which we heard Victor Nagba reply, "I don't know." And that was all the coach needed to hear. And he, showing concern, care and compassion for his fighter, indicated the referee that he would not come out to answer the bell for round number 9. A very good display. Pressure boxing, accurate punch picking, and good variety from Pavel Sasuly, the WBA's #1 contender. Continuing to remain active, my goodness. Inactivity, often the biggest enemy of a boxer. Pavel Sasuly, anything but inactive. So busy on IBA.PRO nights. Professional contests in and around his region. He has sent the hometown fans home happy. An example of some of his exquisite punch picking. Victor Nagba, this was the moment. The coach posed the question, and the answer that he gave convinced the coach to call this one off at the end of the 8th round. So there is Pavel Sasulin's trusty mascot. He also leave the ropes arena with the IBA Intercontinental title and his perfect record intact. So that concludes what has been a magnificent evening of boxing from the KSK Arena in Russia's cultural capital of St. Petersburg. Bustling historic city on the Baltic, staging yet another magnificent IBA.PRO event. We'll see you again very soon for more action from the IBA.PRO series. We'll see you again very soon, and it's bye for now.